Am I okay? Am I good to go?
Stream is good.
Nice. Okay. Well, last session started off. Milo ended up in a underground bunker base, which it turned out the Iron Jar had been using as one of their many locations from which they operated out of. He went to go speak to his dad, and there was a lot of exposition. He found out that he had apparently a younger sister who had gone missing and his mother had mysteriously forgot about. As well as that, he learned a little bit more about the plan of the Einherjar and his father. Apparently, Balder wishes to defeat the deacons. I believe it was the deacons, the archdeacons, who made a pact which kept the
Cardinals.
gods and the celestials away from Earth. Cardinals, yeah, cardinals. Because I know it's something church-like. So they made a pact to keep them away from Earth, and Balder wants to break that pact so that he can essentially just rejoin with the rest of the gods and the celestials. And William Bremer and the rest of the Einherjar, seem to be just following it with fairly religious fervor. Perhaps also because they believe there's some sort of like holy reward for them through doing this. Meanwhile, while all that was happening, the rest of Domino were tracking down Milo's quickly fading signal. They managed to track him to a park and a large tree, which, through a combination of all their efforts, they were able to get inside and find a secret tunnel, which they burrowed through and eventually came to exactly what I was thinking, and found their way to a door, which Psycho managed to get open for them after Tiger had disabled all of the electronics and the surveillance. As they were getting through, Milo had pretty much just finished his conversation with his dad. So they were discussing together, him and Faith, and they came out to see that Bermuda had broken in, and there was kind of a standoff going on between them and Einherjar. William came out, was just like, okay, everyone, we're packing up now. Thor was biting at the bit. Dude really wanted to fight. Dude is really pent up. And then Templar was like, okay, we dip after some pleading from Milo. And Bulldog found out in another twist that apparently the usurper who Hell wants to kill, and therefore Remnant wants to kill, is apparently carrying his father's third child, a boy. So, big happy family there. They all dipped thanks to the Rainbow Dash, or what the hell's the word for it? the Bifrost, yes. I might just call it Rainbow Dash.
Okay, My Little Pony.
My girlfriend's been influencing me.
It's a good show.
But yeah, so they all escape because of that, and thanks to that, they all dip out, and they blow up the base, leaving Bermuda no other option but to basically scamper and run back to base with the Russians. Afterwards, Milo briefed them on everything, and that leads us into the RPs, in which I might need another bit of help with this, but I believe
I'll tell you them in order if you want, and you can summarize them.
Yeah, I believe it was Reflection and Direction. No, it was Dancing on Glass first.
Yes.
And then Dancing on Glass.
You can summarize it. It's just one big date.
Girl. She was the it girl. And Rook found himself embroiled in it. Well, even more embroiled in it than it was beforehand. A big date, like you said. Got to know a little bit more about Mistwalker, which was cool. And Remnant got to have a good time there. Meanwhile, in Reflection and Direction, Bermuda initially were meeting up at Templar's room to have a celebration, but because it's Domino, it quickly devolved into name calling. And after Milo and Hinatori departed, which led me to Jim's Dragons and Dads, where they went to the gym, raced, had sex, and then dipped again. But while that was all happening, there was nothing short of a psychic dick measuring contest that went on in Reflection Direction. Well, that might be how Psycho notes it down. For Templar, it's more of a mental breakdown. Nearly killed Psycho. Tiger panicked, took the blame for it, and ran off to Remnant, interrupting her threesome. And she went over.
No, it was done by then,
okay,
I
I'll
think.
take care of this. Oh, it was done. Yeah, she'd finished. I hope, for her sake. And after that, she went off and she took the rat back to Milo. Milo got pissy about what had happened to his rat, so he went back. Had an argument with Tiger and Templar at the door, walked off in a stormy mood. Then after that one, he went to talk to Psycho in the Stray and the Sly one. Psycho then went off to his thing, his date, which never really got finished. And meanwhile, in the morning,
Or started.
Tori, yeah, all started. Yeah, good point. And then afterwards, Tori got summoned to Templar's rooms in mistakes. Had a conversation with Templar and Tiger. More mental breakdowns. Yay, we love them. And afterwards, Tiger was basically just like, "Hey, what's going on? What's going on?" And after that, it was pretty much wraps. A lot of that stuff isn't concluded. The stuff towards the latter half isn't concluded, but I'm sure it will be
Down the list.
I want to add a little caveat to the reflection direction RP that was not addressed.
Please go ahead. I was going to go ahead.
La la. After everyone left TLDR, Templar was like, "Tiger, what the fuck happened?" And Tiger gave her the spiel of things that happened because she had memory loss again. And they had a very, very big revelation that something's going on with Templar. So her memory loss is bringing out these different parts of her, and we don't really know why. And there's the current running theory is she has multiple personalities. And one of those personalities is preventing the other ones from remembering things. And anytime those memories are triggered, it immediately just like instant no, not remembering, blanking out. So that was a little bit of a hazard that Templar apparently went to go see Luma about the next morning. Do you want to go into more detail about that? Sam, you're welcome to. But yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you covered pretty much all of it.
Yeah, that was everything. What the fuck? Hello?
Hi,
Hello.
here.
My Discord is...
Hello.
No, my Discord cut out earlier too. It's weird.
Okay, that's his Discord then. Cool. I guess, like, only things that were, I guess, reveals, not yet to the party, but in general to the group. Templar's name is Catherine Inga. And, yeah, amongst her seemingly varying personalities is one that remembers mostly everything, but only comes out on certain situations. And that one would be the Kinesis.
Who is Who is Dmitry Inga again?
Dmitry Inga. He is the Russian ambassador to the UN. The last Russian ambassador to the UN, because Russia is no longer in the UN. He is a
Is
Russian
he
politician. Nope. He is still around. He works with the president. He's a diplomat.
Gotcha.
He's also a disciple of the future, one amongst a few people of the planet who've taken a college abroad experience with the aliens who've given us all this tech and magic. So that's who he is.
Also a relative of Templar, potentially.
Unknown. No one's asked about it, and no one has looked into Dmitry Inga in depth.
Just remember that name.
Yeah, I think that's about it. I'm going down the list to see if there's anything that like major came up. Nope. I'll do some RP awards. I remember I asked, I just don't remember what the answer was. Did I give out the rewards for reverse last session?
I think so.
It's a Tiger Psycho RP, so Tiger Psycho, either of you remember if I gave out a reward?
I
do not
yeah,
remember.
you did. Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Because we were basically like, yeah, it's done.
Okay, so that has been awarded for. I'll remove that from the list. Cool. Workout distractions. I remember that was still ongoing. I had not given a reward for that. Correct, Koff?
I think so, yeah.
So, your choice.
Little like check mark emoji.
I mean, I got it right now.
That's fair.
Your choice of a hero point for yourself or Mistwalker.
I'll give it to Mistwalker.
Where is that bastard? There he is.
May he use it wisely. Or
He
recklessly.
Absolutely will use it not wisely.
Good.
Reflection and Direction, which also combines with the Stray and the Sly one, and Jim Dragon Dads. Just grouping all those because those are all like, I guess Jim Dragon Dads was separate, so I wrote that one separately. But for Reflection and Direction, everyone take an inspiration. Everyone did pretty good for that. I liked everything that came out from everyone here. Yeah, everyone get an inspiration die. If you already have an inspiration die, then put it up to the next tier, and then you guys of the collective can pick one person to get a hero point. So vote on who gets the hero point for that big group RP.
I'm gonna say Veil.
Shut the fuck up.
He wasn't part of it, though.
Based.
Based as fuck, honestly.
Hey, I got you, boo.
You just want to give Leto a hero point to end upon entrance.
You already
That's
have
so
two.
sweet.
I mean, the rest of us all
Which
have
is
a big
sweet.
advantage.
Gimme.
What is it?
I suppose. I mean, how much does Tiger have at this point?
He only has 2 hero points.
Ah, yeah. Give him another one. Give the lad some more.
He was putting the points.
Let's put in the points. Is that everyone's agreement, Tiger?
Yeah, I'm indifferent to it.
Yeah, give it a Tiger.
Yay!
Tiger. Excellently done. Next, Dancing on Glass. Your choice of a inspiration point for yourself, or a hero point for Rook or Mistwalker. Mistwalker already has a hero point, so hero point for Rook,
doesn't.
and Rook, I believe, does. Let me check. Where is he? Where the fuck is he? Oh, he's in your bed. Trying to find his token. He does not.
I'll give it to Rook.
He used his limit break to cure your bite exhaustion.
Yeah, it's only. It only makes sense you'd get one from that.
Jim's Dragons and Dads, Bulldog and Hinotori. Both of you get an inspiration.
Nice.
Lastly, Mistakes, which is Hinotori, Tiger, and Templar. Hinotori and Tiger, you can both get inspiration, or one of you can vote, or one of the three can get a hero point. What's your choice?
I have 3 hero points, but you can get it, Tiger. You might need it this session.
Oh.
Is that a threat?
What
Yeah,
does that mean?
I think combat. I think combat this session, so I think Tiger should have it.
Between
I'll
who?
t- I'll-
All
I
of
don't
them?
know, but
I
I'll
don't know.
take it.
I don't know.
I don't know. I kind of want to give it
Probably
to
not.
Templar. I'm not gonna
She
lie. Does
has
Templar
one
already
already.
have one or
You
no?
can give
It
it.
does.
Damn it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think almost all the NPCs we interact with
Alright.
have one.
I'll take it then. Grabby hands. Thank you.
Grabby hand.
Wait, I thought you were full. Like, wouldn't you have been
No.
full after the first? Because you said you had 2, and then we gave you one.
You get max of 4.
Oh,
Remember?
hey,
Limit was raised.
I
Okay.
what? She. I guess I'm not as full as I thought I was. I guess I'm a little hungry. No, I'm playing. Anyway,
Alrighty, that takes care of the RPs need to be addressed. As I am aware.
I have a quick question.
Of course.
Because Tiger's learning empathy TM. What his empathy go up?
Yes. That is a good question. Thank you for reminding me. Roll me 2d6 plus 2.
Okay.
Big numbers.
Yeah.
Very big numbers.
Your empathy
Yeah, big
score
numbers, let's
raises
go.
by 13.
God damn! That's literally double of what his current one was.
Am I hallucinating, or you're saying like empathy score? Like it's
Empathy.
If you
Yeah.
have neuroware, you are subject to cyberpsychosis, which is a system I have.
And Tiger was
Oh, yeah,
real close.
Tiger
real close.
is like he was 3 empathy loss away from having like cyberpsychosis. Like
It's
there
cyberpsychosis.
he needs to be contained and taken from the team.
So now he literally
See.
just doubled his score.
excellent.
Raises
That
that also would
beneficial.
raise your humanity to 2, so play your character accordingly.
Okay. Woo!
He's growing.
He's growing,
Our
guys.
is growing. He's maturing. Head pat.
He's putting in the points.
The more human the more human he becomes, the more we can grapple with the horror of bringing a child into this world.
True. Don't worry.
La la.
Templar was a child soldier, grew up around child soldiers, is honestly still a child soldier. She'll take care of him.
And she's so well adjusted.
She's so well adjusted, God. She's perfect, isn't she?
Ah,
No,
She's
such
a
no
mother.
mental
such a
problems
Mm.
whatsoever.
No.
Nope.
None at all. No red flags. Okay. I also dropped out of the activity, I just realized. Let me get back in here. Thank you, Discord. Now I think that is just broken.
God, Frostpunk's music is
Restart.
so fucking good.
It really is. Let me restart my Discord.
Hello.
Hi.
Whoa.
Hopefully that should fix that issue, and it did. Perfect. We're in business.
Excellent.
So, after Hinatori dips, Tiger and Templar had a little back and forth talking about feelings and empathy. Everyone rises for the day. those of you who do morning training with Easy Squad or a mentor, go handle your morning training. I suppose I have it written as your long rest ends when you finish your briefing. So any spells you want to change or prepare or things that, you switch out on a long rest, etc., you're welcome to change that at any point until the briefing of the day is over, and then that is locked in. But saying that, let's get to it. Templar leaves soon after that talk with Tiger, so she leaves at like 8 in the morning, going to the embassy. And then remains pretty much radio silent for the rest of the day as people go about their daily activities, training, preparations for what's ahead. And around 1 p.m., all of Domino gets a notification from Luma. Little voice comm asking, Domino Squad, meet in the embassy briefing room. 30 minutes.
$30.
Tiger will gather everybody as soon as he can.
Yeah, Bulldog rocks up.
Where was the briefing room again? This Templar's room?
No, we're going to the embassy for it.
Oh, the embassy. Okay, never mind. My bad.
Presuming everyone goes to the embassy, no delays or dilly-dallying.
No. I think
No, it's
Inatori
some
will already.
secretive shit.
I think Inatori would already be at the embassy training with her dad. So.
Quick shower. Jump on over. One second. Missing maps. You'll enter the embassy, a 3-story building used by the United States, their diplomats, their dignitaries who are currently in place for the GDF summit, the Global Defense Force summit, discussing who's in charge of this massive armada of warships, space-capable craft, and the general defense of the world. How to divvy up those forces, how to adjust for any issues that may come in the future, and whether or not some people just should not be in the conversation to begin with. It's busy. Lots of people moving about, phone calls with all these other intelligence agencies and politicians happening as you guys walk in. People see you. Military personnel are standing guard at doors, entrances, the embassy gates themselves, but it's just another busy day for mostly everyone as you guys enter the briefing room at the embassy. Inside the briefing room, you see Agent Luma and Agent Raven discussing with each other something interpersonal, it would seem. Or at least Luma seems very stressed and Raven is trying to keep her calm. You guys enter. Domino Squad, take a seat.
Does so. Templar not here?
On the table.
No.
Squints.
Sits down.
Oh,
Takes a seat next to Remnant.
I love that very much.
Takes a seat across from
or is he
Remnant.
kicking his feet as well?
Maybe.
Smiles at her, then looks back towards the supervisor and Raven.
We'll look to its next
She
effect.
would also smile.
There are two steel, aluminum in lined coffee jugs, one decaf, one with calf, and then mugs laid about, coffee creamers, and different other additives at the end of the table. She gestures towards them, saying, "Welcome to take some." It's going to be she takes a deep breath in. Tough to swallow meeting. You're all welcome to make insight checks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I argue potentially advantage because Tiger may have some kind of insight as to what this might be about?
No, not for that reason.
Damn it. Drat.
Alright. Remnant's definitely gonna take a mug and probably get one for Sebastian since she's closest. So, well, in that case,
Gracias.
pull these closer.
So, I mean, it's people who are inciting her. Copy.
Add a D4 to that.
You got more than enough. Yeah. It's not hard to tell that she is stressed. Luma is your supervisor. Before she became your supervisor, she was your liaison. She handled most of the menial tasks that require record accounting and transferring data between different departments. When she seemed to handle that job pretty easily, it was just a lot of making sure you're passing along the right information, making sure that the things the agents tell you are being recorded so that people know who's handling what. When she became your supervisor, she was less present. Obviously, a lot more work on her hands, so you saw less of her. But when you did see her, she seemed to still be generally much the same energy, just focused, moving from place to place, in between phone calls, it would seem. Now that you're looking at her, she just looks like she's not okay. Stress, sweating, fidgety eyes. She's like tapping her foot anxiously. And just as everyone comes in, it seems like Raven was still trying to like talk her down. And then when he turns and looks at the party, he like nods at her, and she takes a deep breath in as everyone seats themselves. Doing her best, it would seem. She takes a seat. Raven looks around. He would take a seat next to Tiger.
Tiger loves that.
Luma, do you want like some tea or something?
No. I think I've had enough things in my system to keep me calm. She shakes her head. No, let's just get to it. Everyone capable of compelling the truth from others, please raise your hand now.
Remnant raises her hand.
Anyone who has the Zone of
Bulldog
Truth spell.
raises his hand.
Raven raises his hand. Is that everyone?
Oh, okay, fine. And then he raises his hand.
She twitches an eye and then says, "All right, I want all of you to initiate this compulsion to encompass this room. Do it."
Oh.
Oh, that's what you meant. Bulldog puts his hand down.
All right.
Raven raises his wrist. an arm pad underneath his forearm, starts tapping away at his casting assistance device. After scrolling through a few spells, sends a few drones that rotate around the room in a spiral, and then seemingly just point a laser at each person's back.
Mm.
He also would drop down Zone of Truth.
I think Remnant ups her zone of truth and the room just gets colder slightly.
Helix scripts between these little droids, or these micro drones, pass as they connect like chains floating with holograms, encompassing the area. She looks to Bulldog and Psycho. You're incapable of doing the spells, or your ability now?
This would consume a spell slot.
Yeah.
Do it.
I mean, I didn't know that you were talking about the whole spell thing. You know, I kind of assumed you meant other things.
Very well. Paladin's on his own of truth. Must be thinking of some other cause.
No, they don't get Zone of Truth. As far as I remember.
Interesting.
You think they did? Maybe it's a type of power.
I think one of the classes, one of the subclasses get it.
Yeah.
Could be it. That's probably what it is.
Alright, yeah, Cyrus is gonna Cyrus is gonna smoke a joint, and Zone of Truth will be cast.
That's awesome. That's so fun.
Oh, I love him.
Tori gives him this like really kind of face.
Ravens is DC 17.
Bulldog just creates a draft that immediately fans the smoke away from him.
Tori's size has exploded her face.
Okay.
Wait, so do we have to make the DC? Or
Only if you try to lie. Or
Oh,
only if you
I
want
sh-
to be capable of lying. So you can always still choose to tell the truth.
I see. It just said until the spell ends, the creature that enters the circle for the first time on a turn or its turn must make a charisma saving throw.
Yeah, but presuming you're just gonna tell the truth, it says if you failed willingly.
I see.
The 3 spells are layered on top of each other. So anyone who attempts to lie would be forfeit to 3 different variances, 3 different checks
That's hilarious.
that they would have to
Damn.
make.
So they really don't want any of us lying. They don't even trust their own agents.
Feels good, man.
Oh, I think it's us.
We're the problem right now.
I'm built different.
I mean, you're
That's all I have to
gonna need to make that check.
Sure,
in...
built.
Build something. You're gonna need to make that check again in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, you have to make the check again.
Why?
Because
I
it's
did it 3
every
times.
6 seconds for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, come on now.
Yeah. So don't
Is it?
make
That's
rolls
crazy.
unless I tell you to. Moving on.
You told me
This is why-
to.
I
this
said
is why
you would
you
have to if you're going to try to lie. Why are we lying?
I am going to try to lie. Oh, you mean in the Okay, I was confused. Instructions unclear.
Not
How
you
many
about to
times
go
have
into
you
the situation like I want to lie. Actually, aggressively, I want to lie.
Me.
I forgot. Excuse me. I don't remember how every spell works at all moments. I'm sorry.
We move.
We
Nah,
move.
neither do I.
Raven. The spells are layered on top of each other. Raven nods. I have disabled all the individual electronics in this room, emitting a jamming field that will scramble the electronic receptors of any device brought into the room. I am preventing anything stated here from being recorded to the best of my ability. He glances to his right at Tiger, and then glances back to Luma.
Tiger just refuses to make eye contact with Raven.
Well, this is really something, isn't it? What bombshell are you going to drop on us today?
She looks at Bulldog. Okay. Today's conversation is off the record and will not be repeated once these doors open again. So let's just get right into it. Templar secured us a private meeting with the Grand Master of the Order of the Siberian Redsauce. She projects a hologram of the Barrier Knight. Yakim Morozov, aka the Barrier Knight. He's also Marshal of the Russian Federation, which makes him the highest ranking military official below the Russian president herself. If this is making you doze off already, then I will cut to the chase and say, making an ally out of this man is determining whether you have a career in Bermuda or not. No, a lot of pressure, right? How the fuck do you think I feel? He glares at Psycho.
People love me.
Which brings us to our first critical briefing note for the day. Commander Templar is taking an emergency medical leave and will not be present for the meeting. That might just decide the fate of all our jobs and the world. Glares at Psycho again.
Tiger will also glare at Psycho.
Psycho shrugs.
Psycho's been doing a good job so far, Luma.
Yes. Yes, he has. Hasn't he? That would be a lie. She says no. No, he hasn't.
She shakes her head. He's delivered the information necessary and pulled his weight when he needed to.
No, but
He's a bit of a
Probably the reason
loudmouth.
that
He needs to stop pulling
Templar
weights
won't
when
be
not asked
present.
to. But moving on, Commander Templar was transferred to the care of Dr. Murray after experiencing a dissociative episode last night. Dr. Murray and Dr. Briem have both concluded she needs a more in-depth psychological evaluation, and the commander has consented to submitting herself for such an evaluation.
She said,
oh,
not me.
Cyrus kind of drops his mouth in a sarcastic, "What?"
Tiger stares at him very pointedly.
While the evaluation is still underway, both doctors seem assured that the prognosis is dissociative identity disorder. She shakes her head like that is disappointing to her, like it couldn't be worse. For those who don't know what that means, you may know it commonly referred to as multi-personality disorder. And of course, this is all being handled discreetly, and will remain discreetly, as this kind of sensitive news has the possibility to discredit Bermuda as a whole, and completely torpedo any hopes we have for a global defense force proposal pushed through NATO. Looks at Psycho, looks at Bulldog, looks at Hinotori, then looks at Remnant, looks at Tiger, and then looks at the cat.
meow.
Wait, did
Honestly,
you say
give her the cat.
dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Honestly, still getting most of the details, but it means she at times switches how she handles her emotions and how she engages with people. She switches personalities, I suppose. This
I'll tell you what it means.
Leads
it means she
itself-
shouldn't be order us around.
Don't say that.
What, you tell me you want someone with dissociative identity disorder leading the team?
It's a matter of managing it.
It is a manner of managing it, so I've been told. She smiles. I don't know what they're going to determine at the end of the evaluation. I am just the person giving you the information. So, she pauses, and you can see her eyes kind of shake a little bit as the stress is just getting worse the longer she's here. This couldn't have fallen on us at a worse time. Templar and the Grandmaster were essentially siblings, and now Domino must handle this important meeting. Most important meeting in modern intelligence without the person who got us the meeting. We have the next hour, she projects a little hollow clock, and 38 minutes to plan for a meeting with people whom we have minimal interpersonal intelligence on and also have a very fresh taste in their mouths for American negligence. She shows a holographic video of the city of Belomorsk. Ravaged, destroyed, toppled over by a horde of arachnid monsters. The same arachnid monsters this team fought when they captured Faith and brought her into the agency, when they killed the Charivnitsia. You see buildings being knocked over, tanks being crushed, explosions going off in the streets, soldiers firing rifles into hordes upon hordes of these monsters. It gives some of you, perhaps, who are still dealing with the stress of it all, a chill or flash to New York. A great, prosperous city brought to ruin. If Templar were here, we would have someone who fucking grew up with the Barrier Knight to spearhead the meeting and speak on our behalf. Instead, Domino gets me. If you can't tell I'm freaking the fuck out yet, then let me inform you, I am freaking the fuck out. Takes a deep breath in, shaky now. But this is hardly the only time my career has depended on an operation's success, and I very much aim for it to not be the last. So let's start attacking the problem, one stage at a time. First, the Ritzors will want to know why Templar isn't present, and one of the Barrier Knight's unique traits is the ability to read deceit, similar to that of Agent Halo. This means if we want to win hearts and minds off the bat, we need to tell them the truth. I will open the
When I was
floor.
speaking with Templar, when I was speaking with Templar the other night, she mentioned that that might be something he would be eager to help her with. I don't think telling him of her condition would be doing us a disservice.
Good to know. Seems like we may be able to win some sympathy on that regard. She thinks. We tell the Barrier Knight the truth. Tiger, do you believe you could deliver this news, knowing that you are her Padawan? Would likely make that more digestible as a source of feeding him the information.
He nods.
Good. She looks towards the team. Oh, in case it wasn't clear, I don't have a plan for how to deal with this meeting. It wasn't supposed to be handled by me. It was supposed to be handled by Templar. So the floor is open for discussion from this point onward. Go. And any plans, any questions or thoughts, anything we need to bring up to the Ritzas or ways of getting them to be ingratiated with us?
Our goal with this meeting is to be on good terms with them.
The meeting was established so that we could have an open dialogue with them. I'm not sure what the Barrier Knight seeks out of this. I'm not sure what Templar hoped to give them out of this. I suppose we are just left a little bit in the dark. All I know is the Barrier Knight specifically requested Domino Squad as the envoys. Bermuda agreed, obviously. This is a very important meeting. We could get valuable intelligence. So, all of Domino will be present. And now that Templar's gone, I am her substitute.
Why don't you just ask Templar what her plan was?
Because she is undergoing a psychological evaluation, and I am not to tamper with that.
You said it's a meeting?
A meeting. As far
I'm
as
not
I
sure
know, we'll
what we
be
could-
escorted there to meet with them at a meeting choice of their, well, choosing.
I'm just not sure what we could say.
Tori leans.
Go ahead.
Tori leans forward. She was like she had her hand on her chin, thinking for most of the discussion. And she speaks up, saying, "I think we should enter the discussion with the same eagerness to work with them we had initially when we had Raijin with us. I think they responded really well to that sort of transparent, helpful approach. If we enter this in a confrontational way, I think," she looks at Tiger. "I think Tiger's approach is probably the best. We should see what we can offer them. What do they value?" She kind of does a weighing gesture as if she's weighing objects. Such as what do they want? You should identify that. I imagine they want to protect their civilians. If they have any issues we could help with, we can always offer our aid militarily to support them. That's, I think, one thing we can do.
It's likely they're going to ask about what happened with Bulldog's father and what intel we have about that, given the fact that Despair Knight and Padawan Tatiana was present.
And I don't see any reason we couldn't just tell them that, Luma. Is there a reason we shouldn't?
Thinks about it. None that I know of either.
They're a threat to you.
I believe we should approach this with full transparency. There's plenty of things I will try to hide from them. But at least as far as things we can work on together, there's no need to hold back information, no matter how sensitive it is to individuals in this room.
Yeah, Tiger glances at Bulldog. How is he at that? Reacting to that?
Bulldog's just looking over at Luma. Not really any visible reaction.
So, what tributes do we have to offer? I suppose the most natural thing we could tell them is about Bulldog's father and that whole situation. Perhaps they're going to ask us intel on the spiders. What is going to be our response to that?
Operation Red Winter, by all accounts, violates multiple international laws, but she shrugs. That's standard Black Ops.
They're going to be clued in.
It's not like we weren't caught in their country trespassing illegally, so at this point there really isn't a reason to lie, unless they plan to hold us accountable to that, and if they do, they would be torpedoing their own chances at having this go peacefully. It would simply be out of spite.
Good. Then, do we have anything else we can offer them as far as information? She looks to Psycho specifically.
What have you been informed of the Great Saw's happenings in the city?
I have some kind of monster issue that they wouldn't specifically drop, but if it is the spiders, then perhaps we can offer our aid in dealing with them.
We're pretty adept at killing. We're pretty adept at killing spiders.
Our sources pull that the monster crisis involves likely the magical phenomenon believed now categorized as a ley line. Not too sure of that. She looks to Raven, says. The ley line is an interdimensional rift by my calculations. It leaks magic into the surrounding area. Figuring as we don't have records of when exactly this phenomenon began, only when its effects were noticed, likely going on the last 15 years. Magic sometimes sticks, like radiation. It's likely the animals near Moscow, in the city itself, its surrounding city limits, and maybe even the province of Moscow, is being radiated by magic. Its animals mutated, and perhaps these mutated animals are causing much greater threats to the common populace than, typical stray cats and swarms of rats would. If it is the spider crisis, our intelligence has not noted it yet. These spiders are hiding themselves well if they are within the city.
Right. It sounds like we don't know. We need more intel.
We could proceed with the meeting, offering our aid and helping them with their monster crisis. And then, if they ask questions regarding every other subject we think they might bring up, we can address it then. But bringing it up ourselves, I don't think is in our best interest necessarily. He'll probably ask directly about why Templar isn't here. We can talk about that first. But unless asked to or prompted, I don't think we should just give our hand.
Are there other
What are
things the
some
rates
things
have? Go ahead.
we should ask him? What are some things we should ask him?
Bermuda's goal here is to establish joint operations. By raising joint operations, hopefully successful operations, we raise our reputation with the Ritsas. Well, as far as all politics have been going with the summits, I know some of you may not be privy or watching those discussions. The general, she pauses, so she was about to say democratic. The general government of Russia is very much opposed to having the United States in any great capacity managing the GDF. The two people of note who have been speaking out in favor of United States involvement are Ambassador Dmitry Inga and Marshal Grandmaster Yakim Morozov. They seem to be trying to keep us somewhat in the loop, speaking on our behalf. Perhaps, he thinks. Perhaps we can win his opinion in his favor. Turn the president's votes against the rest of the greater parliament. She brings up the dossier they have on the Barrier Knight. This is intel we've gathered so far and off of what we've had on him before. He is she glances through the dossier one more time and then just shakes her head. Faithful man? Their religion, I believe it is called the Father of Understanding, is their god. A very Christianized sect within the Siberian Order. We don't have much intel on their exact tenets or practices or necessarily even where the faith began, but it is something that varies greatly in anti-extraplanar entities. Aliens doesn't seem to be something they're very much opposed to, but things that are beyond the veil of the fourth dimension are something they greatly oppose. She looks over at Remnant.
Remnant drinks some of her coffee. She does not like this conversation.
We might be able to offer him intelligence on Etrepica, knowing that they are a demon cult, also tied to this spider problem. Perhaps still tied to this spider problem. Could try levying the conversation of working against this faction.
Hinotora raises her hand.
She looks to Hinotori.
I'm something of a professional in demons, as is Faith. Perhaps we can give them a little bit of intel in that direction as well.
Faith nods. I feel like the Barrier Knight likely has a lot of knowledge already on these extraplanar entities. I'm not sure what more we could offer him, but if he asks or alludes to working against Etch Replica, I think I might be able to persuade a bit and where to start looking. Luma nods
Sounds
to
like
her.
a
You
plan.
said we don't. You said we don't know much about this religion surrounding the Father of Understanding. Why don't we ask him about that? Seems like a good place to start. If he is religious, then he'll be eager to talk about it.
It's a good place. Good base to
Besides,
touch on.
when I was talking to William Bremer, he mentioned the fact that at some point they'd approached the Ritsars, but they'd been denied due to religious differences. Maybe we can use it as a segue into that mode of questioning.
Hey Sam.
Mhm.
Is my knowledge of this still relevant, given how much time has gone by?
Knowledge of what?
The Father of Understanding stuff.
Yes, it is. Yeah, as marked in your character sheet. Yes, that is still accurate.
Okay.
Sounds like we've talked as much as we can about this, just about. Luma.
Unitory bringing up Etch Replica and demons along with Faith. Bulldog, if you bring up the Iron Hijab, perhaps that can lead into the segue of his god. Along with this meeting that William Bremer proposed to him, open that dialogue up. Tiger will open up the meeting with answering any questions about Templar that they have. She taps her, crosses her arms, tapping a finger on her bicep. As my records show, and I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it, these extraplanar entities categorized. Raymond cuts her off. Celestials. Celestials. Right? Of Norse origin, the ones that are tied to you three. Looks at Bulldog, Raven, and Remnant, and Psycho.
Yeah.
Have you spoken with these Celestials? Any contact, or do you have means of perhaps communicating with them?
Good
Faith does.
idea. He turns to Psycho.
I'm
Hey, you know that thing we were talking about the other night? How about you try it out with Faith right now?
If
gonna
memory
tell him.
Get you in
calls,
contact.
that takes an hour to do, does it not? Do we have
We
that
got
time?
we got an hour and a half. Haven't
Hour 20 minutes now, yes?
What
Yes,
was the
Remnant?
question? Sorry, I was thinking. What was the question?
Your god is of Norse origin, right?
Yes.
You have a means of contacting or communicating with this celestial?
Somewhat, yes.
Do you know if this celestial has any intelligence or relations leaning towards the Father of Understanding?
Maybe.
Hell
This is
stirs at the question.
kind of, sort of, yes.
Loki laughs as he does, giggling.
She is visibly nervous drinking from her coffee, which is not something she's ever shown before.
Is it yes or no?
We do fear.
Yes. We're afraid of him.
We, as in hell.
Yes.
He is the greatest weaver of faith ever seen.
He is
Here's-
the weaver of fate.
That is what Loki says to Psycho.
Oh, look, okay. So I have the same like
La-la.
scraggly voice sometimes.
Mhm.
Never mind. Redact that. She didn't say that.
Well, Psycho, say anything?
Nope.
Oh, bastard!
Just FYI, Bulldog is not letting this go. As he said at the beginning, he looks over at Psycho and gestures to Faith. So, you want to try this out then? See
I
if
think-
we can unravel this mystery for you? Make it
I
so
think-
that, you know,
I-
since
I-
you've never got into contact with Loki before. That's right, isn't it?
Bulldog priorities.
Is this
can-
not a priority?
No.
Sounds like a personal vendetta you currently have.
Oh god, you guys really can't see the vision here. Look, I'm trying to work out if Flashy Teeth over here is telling the truth in regards to him and Loki not knowing jack shit about each other. Given the current circumstances, he gestures to the surrounding area, I'd say this is a pretty damn fine moment to find out.
So you're taking your own priority of exposing whatever
Uh,
truth or lie in this meeting because of
Bulldog-
the code
Bulldog
truth
just
factor.
Bulldog audibly slams his head against the table.
Mature.
Fine, go on, do whatever you want. I don't care.
If this Loki, you hear Luma almost like rasp her voice saying it, like something got caught in the back of her throat. She apologies. Saying you can contact him, looking at Faith. And I can attempt to. If he does not wish to answer, then I can't force him to. I believe Bulldog may be right in getting whatever intelligence from this Celestial but the Father could be useful.
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat that, Luma?
I don't want to, out of whatever this is. She looks at Psycho. Contact him.
Hinatori shakes her head and says, why do we want to contact Loki specifically?
Why not
Because
Dear God,
Psycho
Bulldog.
here-
we have intelligence.
Because Psycho here claims that he.
Go on.
Okay, speak. Because Psycho here claims that he's never been in contact with Loki, that he has no recollection of it. Now, given what I heard from William Bremer, it's pretty fucking obvious that this fella has Loki in him somewhere, hiding in his ballsack or whatever. So maybe it would be kind of useful if Loki is in him somewhere to find out exactly why he's there and what he's doing. Since,
Hinatori,
you know,
So
poor
not
old
even
Psycho
on
over
subject
here
what
doesn't
we're
have any
fucking
idea.
doing.
Jesus Christ, is your brain the size of a pinwheel or something?
Hinatori pinches her nose. If we are going to contact someone, it should be about the current task. We can always do this while we're off mission.
How is this not
She-
related
Yes,
to
it
the
is
current
the current
time?
task.
Well, that's what I don't understand. How is it
Exactly.
related?
The current task
We
at
have
hand
other-
is
I heard you. Okay. Bulldog's just going to roll back. I don't understand how this is so hard to grasp. The Einherjar were clearly up in their tits about Loki. They wanted to kill him. They wanted to kill Psycho. Clearly, he's big in terms of whatever the fuck's going on here. He was connected to hell. You were all here when I explained this. So how the fuck is finding out about what Loki is and why he's doing this and why he's here in Psycho not a priority? How is that not something that we could talk to about to the barrier knife? How is that not valuable intel?
The
It's not even
question at
intel that we have
hand
yet.
was about what any of your gods, yours included, would know about the Father of Understanding. Not over what Loki's doing here, why he's connected, or any of that. Yes, that's good intel to know, but not for our current objective. Bulldog. Why aren't you offering your god's information up either? I don't hear you jumping for joy at that.
I've never
Well-
heard the Father of Understanding. I've heard the All Father. But given
why
that
wouldn't
they
your
never
god
used
know?
that. Oh, I've never asked him about it.
Which is, wouldn't
Okay.
your god or the Omikami be a better person to ask about?
Bulldog
Father?
looks down at his watch pointedly. We are wasting time. We have an
I-
hour to cast this ritual. Why are we all having this humdilah? Why not just fucking do it? If you want to test me, then do it. If you want to test Psycho, then do it. Don't fucking waste this time.
I would like to gather whatever intelligence the opposition to the INHR have on the Father of Understanding, knowing that the Father of Understanding likely is a third faction involved in that internal politics. His intelligence could be very useful. Says Luma.
Luma, 2 questions. 1, marry me. 2,
That's not a
please stay on this
question.
team forever.
That's also not a question.
Faith, can you
Okay,
perform this
1
ritual?
demand, 1 a question.
Can you perform this communion now? Faith nods. Okay.
Hold on. Now, I would like to flavor Cyrus's silence as him having an internal dialogue with Loki.
Okay.
Oh.
While everyone was wasting time,
Mhm.
Cyrus would be asking Loki, what the fuck are we doing?
It seems as if Faith is going to try to speak to me. It is an hour that they are going to waste, unless I gift him something. You see him, he is in this bottom chair, legs up on the table, rocking back and forth.
Mm.
I don't know if I
So
want
what
to
you gonna
speak to
do?
the Valkyrie. He and I have a touchy past. Could also be fun. Though that would expose you. Expose me.
Yeah, so you should like not. Or make it seem like you're taking advantage of me and I had no clue.
Is that what I have to make it look like?
I mean, I've been telling them that I don't know you.
Funny. He looks to the left at Remnant. No. Let her do her ritual. And I will not answer.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Do nothing. Just do whatever it is you are asked.
Okay.
I will
All right.
point out again, Bulldog did ask him, like, so the whole thing with you not knowing about Loki, is that true?
Yeah, he didn't answer.
Yeah, no, Cyrus has
didn't
been
answer.
silent. Like,
He has not
I
answered
don't-
He
any.
doesn't have to answer.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
But-
Bulldog would turn to him again, and he'd go,
listen,
so, you got an answer for me, big guy?
Cyrus is smoking his joint and says, y'all can do whatever. I already told you what I remember.
Shouldn't be an issue now, then, is it? Yes or no?
Okay, so
You remember
Faith,
meeting
you gonna do
Loki
the
or not?
ritual?
If that's what's asked of me, Luma nods to her. Need the space here if that's okay, and hope you don't mind blood on the floor. No? Yes, with a questioning eyebrow. Faith would
Bulldog asks it again.
begin the ritual.
Oh my god.
Jesus
Yo.
Christ.
How many times do I have to not answer?
Bulldog is
At least 2 more times.
Dude, why do
I
you
know,
think
Please
that
for 50 more
Bulldog is the type
times.
to let this shit go?
I know.
When has he
it's
ever
just-
been the kind of guy?
Well,
No,
the
I
issue
know.
is regardless, he's never gonna believe him until he's like proven correct. So like,
I mean,
even
to
if
be
he was
fair,
telling the truth,
I will
he would be
say,
saying
I
it until
will
he
say,
said,
I
"Oh
will
no, I
say,
don't."
Jam, I will say, Jam, it's Psycho. Why would he
No.
believe him? When has Psycho
For
Wait,
ever
no,
been
I'm
honest?
listen. All I'm saying though is the way he's handled this, regardless of what he believes, like Bulldog only wants to hear what he wants to hear. He does not give a fuck about the actual truth. He just thinks that Psycho is actually a fucking lying piece of shit, and even if Psycho was telling the truth, he wouldn't believe him.
I don't think that's
He
true.
he wants his narrative to be true, so he's like, "Fuck this man! I'm gonna do everything in my power."
No, I don't agree. But that's your perspective.
We move.
We move. For the love of God, quick dilly dallying. Do this later.
Luma looks at Psycho, raises an eyebrow, and says, Agent Psycho,
Yes, sweetheart.
if you are able to communicate with this god, celestial, looks at Raven, then whatever information he has to offer would be possibly saving your career.
And if there's no information,
I suppose we are that much going nowhere with saving your career.
Cyrus raises his hands, kind of like his expression says like, I've done a lot, but if you can't see it, like, you know, like he's kind of like forfeiting.
Mind you, your previous work has been noted. Unfortunately, she grimaces with a smile. That doesn't matter for this operation. This is what we call a sink or swim operation. Either you succeed, or you sink. Faith finishes inscribing the helix scripts upon the ground with her blood, and looks over to Psycho. We can begin now. It's going to take an hour. She looks at the clock. An hour, 15 minutes. Go, Psycho. Get it going.
What do you want from me? Like, am I supposed to like?
Faith gestures. Sit in front of me, and I need a drop of your blood.
Oh. Oh.
Do it.
Well, I don't think
Well,
Shay
that-
can drag his token over there.
I would drag his token over.
Hold it. Bulldog grabs Psycho's wrist as he walks by. Everything you've told me.
Bulldog,
up until
leave
this
him
point-
alone.
Fuck off.
I am
Everything you've told me at
commanding
this point. Bulldog is just
officer.
actively going to ignore Tiger at this point. Everything you've told me at this up until this point, you've been telling the truth, right? And I
Tiger
don't need
looks
any
to Luma.
bullshit answer. I mean yes or no.
Osiris nicks himself and gives the blood.
Bulldog is holding him. He's like back here.
Tiger is going to walk around because now Bulldog's wasting time.
Luma raises a hand towards Tiger as he gets up. I would like to say that whatever this distrust is, I do not give any fucks. Let him go and chastise him after we've either succeeded or failed. For now, follow orders. Looks at Psycho, and then looks at Bulldog.
Bulldog looks like he's ready to explode. Luma, he's the god of tricks. Loki,
And
lot of
right now,
mischief
I would very
and
much
drink.
like a good trick or some good fucking mischief to get us out of this bind. So, if that is what it's going to take, then I'm going to put a bit of faith in the person who's going to try to save his
How do we know he's
pawns.
not just gonna lie again? He's in zone of truth.
Hinatori stands up and walks over to Bulldog and looks at him and says, "We are in a mission right now. If you want to argue about this, we can do this after the mission. Let's try to
I'm
accomplish what
asking
we
for
need."
a yes or no.
I
How is this
understand.
so
I understand.
complicated?
And he is
I
going
No,
to
you
be...
don't
understand.
understand. If
Yes,
you
I
understood,
do.
you'd agree with me. None of you fuckers
Well-
seem to understand what we're dealing with here.
You are trying to get this done. I understand why you want to do it. However, if he's not going to
Is-
answer you, why would
Is anyone
you
noticing he's
do?
not even answered yet? This could all be resolved by him answering.
Psycho.
Do you think perhaps him not answering is answering in its own way?
Yeah, that he's a liar and he's gonna lie
Yes.
to us again.
Yes, and him not answering you tells you what you need to hear. And she goes to sit down.
And him lying to us has gotten us quite far. So, let's hope he keeps lying us in the right direction.
Don't you want to find out the truth about this?
I want to survive today, and then I can find out the truth afterwards. Please and thank you.
And he already gave you the answer by not telling you.
I need a bathroom break.
You'll get it later. Sit down. And then Psycho
Bulldog
sits
is
with
over at
Faith.
the door already.
The doors are locked and will not open.
He pulls the door handle off.
Fuck!
Take a breath in the corner if you need to. As we get back to topic, he inhales deeply. It's days like these, I wish I was a Scion 7 vessel. Looks at Hinatori.
She looks frustrated.
The Dragon Clan are high-ranking nobles within the Japanese parliament. And it is my understanding Shugo worships the goddess Amaterasu along with most of the country. Do you have any insights or a way of communing with this celestial?
Of course.
Does she have anything to say on the Father of Understanding?
I didn't exactly have time to prepare. My character doesn't recall her mentioning him ever, right?
Nope.
I don't think that ever came up.
Shugo never said anything to mention this faith or anything like them, as far as you know.
Faith would probably know more likely than anyone else about if that was the case.
Faith is
Yeah.
concentrating.
But I don't think the Father of Understanding is a foreign concept to us, so I doubt she would know anything.
Faith, in her concentration, just mutters. It's a faith that sprouted recently. I don't know what exactly they're about, other than they're Christians. So it seems.
Sam?
Mhm.
What do I remember or know? A lot was going on. I didn't really have the chance to actually ask about what I know or could share about it.
You know, you've heard the motto recited. May the Father of Understanding guide us. You
Right.
heard from your sources, phone calls, maybe glanced at an email or text, heard or had a visitor at your home once speaking about such things while you were passing by to the bathroom or the kitchen. Seems to be some kind of organization, maybe a high society club, relating in some part to God. Sounded very Christian at the time. You figured they were just, a more secular or a more privatized sect of Christianity. But that's all you really would have known unless you ever chose to eavesdrop or sit in on one of these such conversations.
I can imagine that, yeah. Just because I'm reading the little paragraph thing I have here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, my brain feels really scrambled right now, and I'm trying to connect what it is, what the information is that we want at the table.
That I think as much as you would have heard or could have deciphered. They are at least the persons your sources would have spoken to. They're very secretive, it would seem. They use kind of vague terminology when speaking openly, and they almost are always just talking about normal things surrounding this organization's conversations. It's more like the organization and what they're doing is of note than the apparent god they serve. As far as what they do, you know they're a high society secret club. Maybe it is some secret faction organization up to some nefarious things, but it's hard to tell. Their purpose was never really alluded to, or their goals openly discussed in any significant manner other than just normal people advancing their own personal careers and life standings. It's almost as if they were just a group of really influential or powerful people trying to work together towards gaining more power and influence.
Remnant's just gonna share that what she knows, because it's so hard to put it into words here.
Mm-hmm. And that what you know, the only connection you could tie those conversations and this father of understanding is simply that saying. That at the end of some of these calls, these phone calls or conversations, both parties would simply look at each other, nod, shake hands, or hug, depending on their relation, and then say, "May the Father of Understanding guide us." Go about their day, almost like God be with you.
Okay. Then, yeah, she gets up because clearly Bulldog's straight up not having a good time right now.
Can Cyrus hear this shit, or is he like in his little like thing at this point?
He is in his little thing at this point. Once you're in this circle, you are both concentrating, and it is pretty much deafening. Like the magic floating around you. You can like make out muffled voices. So if you want to still listen in but maintain concentration, you'd have to give me a concentration save.
I have to make a concentration save to hear what's being said outside me.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
And Remnant will just say, yeah, it's a secret high society club. May the Father of Understanding guide us is their, I don't know, greeting, call sign, whatever you want to call it. It's a lot of
Only other
wealthy, influential people.
Wealthy, influential people following some sort of new god of the Christian faith.
It's not so much about the god, but what it can offer.
It is intriguing, to say the least. You see her thinking about it. Few people in the agency have this saying as well. Agent Commander Halo being one of them, seems to be a follower of this religion. Though all of our intel into her has not ever tied her to a secret organization or high society club.
According to Templar, it is very much a Ritsar religion as well. Not just the Barrier Knight, but very possibly a good chunk of them. Given the information about her dissociative identity disorder. At least a few times she's mentioned that phrase. Or prayed to the Father of Understanding.
Agent Templar being religious. That is new information.
It
At least
worries
part of
me.
her is. The other part seems to resent her from my other observations.
One of her
Perhaps this has
altars. Interesting.
perhaps this has to do with the aliens in some way. And I don't mean the celestials.
The Vampiri or the Lunrasai?
Yes.
Possibly.
They're not fans of them. I think.
Lots of speculation so far. Do we have anything concrete? Any motives or purposes or goals of this faith or organization that seems to worship them?
Tiger shrugs.
Well then, I suppose we'll have to play that by ear and try to make a few assumptions, but she blinks. Back to my previous point. Looks at Hinatori. It is my understanding your father is the avatar of Amaterasu.
Yes.
While his deep ties to that goddess would make him possibly a good asset in this discussion, having him there would be a terrible decision.
I agree.
Do you believe you may be able to speak on this goddess's behalf, or use your tie there to gain further insight from the Barrier Knights as a means of establishing some amount of repertoire?
Hinatori sighs and grabs her face in frustration. I would ask right now. She looks at Psycho. And then Faith. There's a few people in my way.
Right. I suppose we are making some calls here. She shrugs and grimaces. Looks at Tiger. Our intelligence suggests that you are considered someone of ill repute in the Ritsa Order and the Russian government as a whole. Possibly Dr. Lebedev has created a clone of you in the past called the Siberian Wolverine. This
He nods.
Siberian Wolverine is classified as a war criminal from the Russian government, and, well, his ties to the Russian traitor Dr. Lebedev raises some questions about where you stand in terms of your opinion of the Ritsars and the Rosguardia. I am now raising those questions. Do you have any such memories or insight onto this situation with the Siberian Wolverine? Or the Galochka?
I have no memory of that time. I mean, that was a different clone from my understanding. But they may think that I am the same, potentially. The only information I have is what I've vaguely picked up on people mentioning the Siberian Wolverine. Dr. Lebedev has not given me any further information about it.
Well, the last time Domino Squad encountered them, they did not seem to have any poignant opinions or really raise any eyebrows at Tiger, only at Templar. Perhaps the Ritsars themselves don't hold a child soldier to such a high demand of calling them a traitor. mystery I don't believe needs to be solved for the purpose of making good with them. But if it is something that they bring to our attention or something that can be asked, intelligence in that regard would help us work around any any assumptions against you.
Do you plan to tell them that we have him in Bermuda?
No. Not unless asked, in which case then no use in lying to the Barrier Knight.
He nods.
She sighs. Any other things we should discuss or any course of action someone wants to raise?
Tori shakes her head. Only that if you wanted me to speak on behalf of my goddess, you would need to stop the ritual going on.
I would prefer to get this trickster's insight, considering this trickster has gotten us a lot already.
Alright, that was my only thing.
Right. Bulldog lowers himself up off the door and just walks over. And he looks as though he takes a massive sigh, and he looks over and he just goes, Look, I'm gonna try and put this as succinctly as I can. So please just give me the benefit of the doubt. I will admit, I'm suspicious of him. He points over at Psycho. Not just because of, well, how he is. Being in with the syndicate and being an informant. Kind of by nature, he's got to be a bit of a rat. But I leave that, regardless. You guys know who or what Loki is, right?
Not
You
particularly, I've never
understand.
met him. I know the
Well,
lore, but that doesn't mean the
yeah.
lore speaks to his actual being.
Yeah, but given the fact that we've not met him, Hinatori, I'm sure you can agree the law is probably the best thing that we can go off of right now, right?
She squints her eyes.
Sure. Make your point.
Okay, glad we're all following along there. So, point is, when there's a god of backstabbing, trickery, poison, theft, treachery, that kind of stuff, right? I think it's fairly reasonable to suspect that the guy who allegedly has him carting around inside his body might not be telling us the entire truth on certain things, right?
I would agree.
Perfect. Now, do you agree? He looks specifically at Hinatori and Tiger.
Make your point, Bulldog.
I need to know if you agree or not, because I need to know if the next point is even worth making.
Answer his question.
Tori wiggles in her seat and says, I don't understand the relevance.
Answer the question.
Not me, the player, fully up blinking down on the question.
Ask you a question again, Alfredo. Or Bulldog.
Sorry.
To summarize it, he basically said, given that he's the god of lies, treachery, cowardice, backstabbing, all these other negative things, basically, he thinks it's fairly reasonable to suspect that the guy who is carting him around might not potentially be telling them the whole truth. And that's something to be suspicious of. Yes or no? That's basically what he said.
Tori shakes her head and says, I don't understand the reason behind the question. Because obviously,
Is it too fucking complicated for you?
Tori,
she
allow me to put
glares at him. I understand the question. I was trying to answer. Give me a moment. She looks at Psycho. Psycho is going to obviously keep. Yeah. Shh. Do you want me to answer or not? He's obviously not going to tell us all the information. He wants to stay alive. And what use does he have if he tells us all the information? He would basically be as good as dead. So yes, I don't trust him. But also, I know I can trust that. I can trust the fact that I don't trust him. Because he's going to withhold information from me because he wants to stay alive. So obviously, yes. But if he wouldn't tell me because he needs to stay alive. So I don't understand how you can get him to betray his need to survive by telling us all this information.
Fair point.
Tiger looks between the two.
Bulldog.
Looks at Tiger. What is your answer?
No, for the reasons that Tori just described.
So you believe that despite his possible affiliation with a very untrustworthy source, he is still someone who can be trusted.
He's not the only one who is part of the syndicate. He looks at Bulldog. He has yet to just demonstrate any kind of backstabbing behavior, from my understanding, and I am not privy to whatever this god is capable of or what his stories are in the past, so I'm not biased in that regard either.
Also a fair point.
As of now, he has proven
Oh
himself.
yeah, good point.
He hasn't
So I've
stabbed
no
us.
Bulldog gives a sarcastic
reason
thumb.
to.
Bulldog gives a sarcastic thumbs up.
I would agree with Tiger to a degree. He hasn't exactly given us a reason to question him. He's turned up when he needed to. I would like to know the answer to the questions, to Bulldog's point. But I also think we would be better suited to do so in an agreeable manner rather than holding him hostage with an axe or fireball to his throat.
Bulldog, can you please continue with making your point? And doing so in a mature manner
Bulldog
that's not
takes
degrading
a-
would be great.
It is
Take a breath if you need to.
so unbelievably hard not to do that, Tiger, but I will try. I will try. He takes a deep breath in and sighs out. Okay, so you trust him, right? So, remember that thing I listed off? Got a trick. Do you potentially think that he is creating an aura of trust around him so that it then catches you off guard when he betrays you later?
Yes, of course.
I would have to ask
Okay,
a follow-up
okay.
question to that
Brilliant.
point, if I'm able to, before you continue.
Go ahead.
Are you also not creating an aura of trust for yourself, regardless of why you were doing it?
What would I need to betray you guys for?
Well, that's
Your
not
family, for example.
Oh, yeah. Luma, you know my family history. What exactly reason would I have to betray you guys for my family?
Going off of history. Pretty much nothing left for you to betray us for.
Tiger. Tori looks at Tiger.
He looks to her.
I think I understand where Bulldog is coming from. However, I think we should perhaps save this for a future problem to tackle rather than in this immediate moment.
Nope, we got an hour to kill. I
will
get this
give.
off your chest right now.
I
because
believe giving Bulldog the
looking at-
floor to make his point now will hopefully prevent this point from ever being raised again during some
I
point
agree.
mission critical. So let him have his breath.
Tori leans on her arm and shakes her head.
Go on, Bulldog.
So, okay. You remember how I mentioned that the Ina Jar, specifically William Bremer, were all on edge whenever I mentioned Loki?
Yes.
Last time, right?
They perceive him as an
Okay,
enemy, it's clear.
Exactly. Now, they mentioned to me in extensive detail about how the one they called the Trickster, or what was it they called him again specifically?
The
Sam?
sly one.
Yeah, the sly one. And they seemed piss scared of the idea that he was still out there. I mean, you saw how they handled Psycho. They were ready to gut him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we
know that whatever it is that Loki's doing, whatever it is that he's planning, and given his past, historically speaking, with Balder, that something critical to the Einherjar mission could very well be contained within Loki's memory.
That is
right?
highly
And
speculative.
therefore,
We have reason to believe that it could.
Let him make his point,
Yes.
Natori.
Sorry.
Continue.
So, right. Loki exists. He exists within him. Those are concrete facts. There's not something we can argue about there. So, given the fact that Loki is inherently important to our current mission, because he could be something that leads to us defeating the Onager. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that what he could give us would be a bad thing. He points over at Psycho. He could give us the best fucking information we've ever had. And we could deal with the Einherjar like that. And he snaps his fingers. He could also give us some information that would be important in preventing a future disaster. I mean, you know about Loki, you know about Ragnarok. A lot of this stuff
I
going
don't,
on with me and
but
the Einherjar
continue.
is about specifically preventing Ragnarok. He looks over at Tiger and goes, you got like a search bar or something?
I can give
I
you.
currently don't have access to the internet. He looks at Raven. And then back at him, but I'll look into it later. Continue.
Okay, brilliant. Well, so with that kind of stuff, right, with all that information involved, revolving Loki, and the prevention of Ragnarok being, kind of important to the world's survival, at least according to mythology, which, yes, I know, Hinatori, it's not exactly a be-all, end-all, but it is something to go off of, and something that, given our current run of historical and mythological realities, we should probably be at least a little bit wary of, given that it is the end of days. Given Loki's involvement in all of that, I think that my suspicion, and perhaps the team's at least continued suspicion of Psycho, would be beneficial in the long run. So when I question him, when we're all in the zone of truth, in regards to, whether or not he's telling the truth on certain matters, I don't think that's an unimportant bit of information to gain. I think that's very important, because whether he's telling the truth or not could very well shape how the rest of our missions go. And if he's not telling the truth, and given that he's the god of backstabs, how can we trust him how can we trust him enough to bring him into dangerous territory where he could betray us at any moment?
You need to trust that he is going
That's
to
my
do.
point.
I like this point. She looks at Tiger and Hinatori. Allow me to raise some questions.
He gestures.
Before
He's the commander here,
before Psycho became a vessel, or whatever it is that if he is containing the Sly One, his record would mark him as incredibly narcissistic, self-important, and, as stated before, having the utmost account of self-preservation. Which means that, yes, as Hinatori stated, he is going to do the thing that is going to help him survive the most. If that is lying to us, then that is what he will do. Same point, lying to us and putting us in a position that is opposed to him would very much guarantee his immediate execution and or a lifelong, a life of being chased by the greatest agency. Greatest, maybe perhaps not the best word, but the most extensive agency this world has. CIA, Bermuda, all of our affiliated allies, the DSGE, the FSB even, considering we may form an alliance here with the Russians. Simply put, if the Sly One were to ask him to blow us all up, he is not going to get away with it, and he would be killing himself by doing so. So, on the account that what he does may not be for our best interest, but his best interest, do you think you can trust him enough to not get himself killed by betraying us?
Yes. Yes.
Can I make...
I'm not asking you two, I'm asking Bulldog.
we know about what gods are capable of, when they enter into a human's form. Now,
Intimately.
wait, wait, just to ask Sam. Sam, did we recover the shit that happened with Athena, like the recordings of that?
Yes.
Like,
From
okay, so
taking
we
over.
saw her
Yeah,
go god
yeah.
mode
The
and stuff, and we
the
saw
Marine
Shugo and
the
stuff
Marine
like that.
Corps all recorded their POVs of that. Yeah.
Before they died.
Okay. So we know that if a god takes hold of a mortal vessel, they can do crazy stuff, right? Now, what's to say, person? What if Psycho pulls that out in the middle of mission? Pulls an Athena, so to speak. Now, we're a strong ass fucking group, but I don't know if we're strong enough to deal with the Loki.
I believe Templar is. I believe Shugo is. I have a bit of faith that Halo can.
Are they gonna be on mission with us at the time?
I have
You
faith
will
after what we
hopefully
did to
never
Shugo.
be on any mission without a high-ranking commander. She looks at
I
the
also have
table.
Mm-hmm.
This one may be
Luma.
an exception.
Luma. I also have faith after what we did with Shugo that we have a good chance if that was the case.
You mean me?
And
She
again,
does glance at Ribbon.
there are ways of
Right,
containing avatars, and it's not like avatars are immortal. Avatars are very mortal. She looks at Hinatori.
She
May I
nods.
give my 2 cents on the matter?
Yes, go ahead.
He looks at Bulldog. If you're worried that he's going to betray us purely because he's tied to Loki, I think you are asking yourself and putting yourself in the wrong perspective. If it is true that Loki came here with the initiative of using Bermuda for whatever gains he has, have you not considered that perhaps we share the same enemies he does, and that's why he wants to work with us? The reason that the Ainajar are so horrified and terrified of them is because he's the only one who can stop their mission, their goal from taking fruition. So he's turned to us, who is also, we've now confirmed, enemies to them. We're on the same side. And
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh,
No.
She
Jordan.
got banished IRL.
She got banished IRL.
I was gonna say.
It's so unfortunate. Yes.
I weep.
Guess a quick pause on that, unless she comes back before I finish my sentence. Psycho,
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
as your ritual goes on, you see Loki banished from that chair and then pulled into the circle with you. He kind of like glances around, almost a little confused. Goes, the hell? Oh, it's this. She squints at Faith, and then he also sits on the ground, legs crossed. He puts his elbow on his knee, rests his chin on his fist, almost pouting at her. Yes, I remember why this is so annoying. Looks to you as the ritual is continuing. Do you plan to say anything or speak in any great capacity to the Ritzars?
You're asking me?
Yeah?
Do I plan on speaking with the Reitsers?
Yes.
Who's asking me? Faith is asking me?
Loki.
I'll say eventually.
believe this land, this ley line is what they're calling it, may be a good thing to find if it does have a source. He looks beyond the barrier that is being formed. He glances at Raven, your eyes also drawn towards him. That one has a unique set of eyes.
Was I cut out for all of that? Because I'm gonna cry.
Yes, you were.
You were
Oh my god.
you cut
I'm
out
so
when you
sorry, babe.
You cut out when you said we are on the same side. We have confirmed that the Anhydra are our enemy, and then you cut out.
I'm so sad. I went on such a good little
Hey, say it again.
Go again. Run it over. Run it again.
I'm gonna
Actually, hold on.
cry.
Alfredo also got up. Alfredo, you here?
Alfredo got up.
Weep. Wait for him to get back.
Simply
Crying.
perish.
Take a moment
Sobbing.
to recollect yourself.
I was cooking too hard, and Discord said, "Fuck you."
Yeah, pulled the plug on you.
Okay, wait. Now my brain is blanking. So what did I last y'all hear?
The Anhydra are confirmed. We've confirmed they're our enemies, and the reason they might be afraid of Loki is because he's the only person that can stop their plans. And then you cut out around that point.
You said he was basically on our
Okay.
side.
Yeah, he is on our
Yeah,
side.
yeah. Okay, cool.
Uh,
God damn it, I'm so sad because it was such an awesome little speech.
say your speech again. Memorize. That was
Run
you
it again.
rehearsing.
That was me improving and really getting down to the nitty gritty.
Hello, I'm back.
I'm so
okay.
sad, Alfredo. I cut out and I didn't
Don't
realize
even,
it.
dude. Don't even.
Mm,
Oh, I'm so
Go. Run it
sad.
again, Jam. Run it again.
Okay,
Improv.
okay. God damn it. Okay, fuck. So
We're on the same side.
we're on the same side. Oh my god, I've lost all train of thought. God fucking damn it.
You were talking about
Um,
Loki being on the same side as us, and then you were talking
The-
about the Einhorn.
Yeah. I recently heard this phrase that would probably be relevant in regards to him being the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I think that is definitely the case when it comes to him. And let me be explicitly clear. I don't trust him blindly. I don't say I trust him for the sake of trusting him. I trust him to get the jobs he's being asked of done, and he has. We initially recruited him to learn more and tell us where William Bremer is, and he has actively maintained that. He accomplished that goal. Any other mission we've been on, he has been participating and assisting us in whatever way he's capable. And I would rather use that than be suspicious and prevent him from doing what he's good at. We can use him, and if he's wanting to use us because we have the same enemies, so be it. But don't think for a second if the moment he decides to betray us that I would not slit his throat. He cannot charm me or manipulate me like he can the rest of you. And I would rather have him close to my chest, watching over him, than pushing him far away, suspicious of whatever he might potentially do.
I'm not trying to push him away. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what's going.
The
And
issue.
this whole enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well, you could say that for just about everyone else on Earth. We're all enemies of the Vempri.
Right.
Doesn't seem that saying's doing as much good there. Now, look, Tiger, I understand that you don't know a lot about the mythology. And I understand that the mythology is not exactly one-to-one accurate. But at the same time, it's based on something. And given what mythology totes Loki is being capable of, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm fucking scared. Scared of him. Scared of what the thing inside of him might do. And I think that's something that's a fear that should be held amongst all of us.
Tori shakes her head.
We all got into this because at the end of the day, for whatever fucked up reasons, personal vendettas, motivations, we wanted to save the world. Am I wrong on that?
No.
Right.
Why do you think that he wants to end it? Because of the story?
The
Have you
myth.
considered that he only wants to stop the Eye in the Jar and their plans to destroy the world?
Which they're
Bulldog,
actively doing.
Bulldog nods and he looks at both of them. I've never at any point in this conversation dismissed that idea. The only thing that I've ever attempted to get to the bottom of in this conversation is finding out exactly what it is that Loki wants. Now,
Sure.
I'm not. Do you think I haven't spent time speculating on what exactly it is he could want? The minute I found out that Loki was in there somewhere, I've been speculating about what it is he could want. Obviously, yeah, you could be right. He could just be a nice guy who's looking to help us out and is actually against the Jar. He's going to come and sing Kumbaya with us. That's absolutely correct. I'm not denying that. But he could also be what I'm saying.
I think the
What I'm
problem
saying
is
isn't to kick him off the team. I'm saying that we should be making an active effort to get to the bottom of this, to get to the truth, which is something that you guys seem to be dismissing as just something that's not important or it's personal. I disagree with that, and I think I've presented a pretty good case as to why.
All right. I think the problem here is she looks at Bulldog. I would rather Psycho present that organically rather than forcing it out of him. If he's not going to tell us on some level, it's out of self-preservation, as we discussed earlier. We could drag it out of him, but who's to say that wouldn't make him just stab us in the back because we forced him to? I think it's a little bit more complicated than just asking, oh, let's tie him down to a chair and torture him until he tells us what we want to hear, right? The problem I have is, in terms of like individuals on this team, I have questions for all of you. I would like to know a lot of things. Psycho, in my reading at least, is actually the easiest to understand out of all of us. He's very straightforward and he's very basic in his desires. And I think that makes him easier to read than he would like. And I suppose he could be playing the fool, right? Maybe he in fact wants to do other things, but is pretending as if he isn't interested in that to mislead us. But I do trust the fact that he is going to desire to stay alive. And if it is pertinent information, we can either drag it out of him, or he will present it in order to stay alive. And I trust that he would do that, based on his behavior in the past. In terms of everyone else, however, Bulldog, in some ways, I mistrust you more than I mistrust him. Because he, at least, is very consistently slippery snake. Okay, I get
I don't want
worried
this
sometimes.
to become a pointing fingers ordeal. Let's maintain the conversation about him and him alone.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Bulldog
Can I-
looks at Mika and he just says, "Thing is, Mika, I agree with you. I think Cyrus Cole is a fairly easy individual to understand. Key word there, individual. Problem is, since the reveal, it's blatantly obvious that he's not an individual, even if he thinks he is. That's what I'm talking about.
Then what would you
You seem to be
propose
getting
we
hung
do
up on
about
the
it,
idea of
Bulldog? Because I've heard enough of this discussion already, and I would like to hear what your proposed course of action to stop being so uncohesive with Psycho is. What would it take for you to, simply put, stop being an asshole to him?
full
I don't think he'll stop
interrogation,
that.
temporary detainment.
And if we are not willing to detain a agent who has not yet given us a action to justify doing so?
Well, you can do what you want, but I'll still keep being an asshole. He like does the quotation marks back at it to him.
Can I try something?
Please, Remnant, if you have some bit of insight before I continue.
You can ask me one question. Only one. I can reach out to Loki, I guess, if you want, or whomever, and I'll get an answer. Would that work? At all? For you?
Bulldog looks over at Remnant. You talking to me?
You're the problem here.
Let's not call him a
If you
problem.
You're the one who has a problem here. Apologies, Luma.
Bulldog squints at Tiger. What kind of answer would they give? This ain't one of those bullshit yes or no things, is it?
It has to be the truth. It could come in the form of a riddle, but... or an omen, but... it's the truth. A short phrase, a rhyme, doesn't matter. You just have to ask one question about a goal, event, activity. Let me just post it.
Remit's so goated.
I'm gonna sit gutted for this. That is a tough one. I know Bulldog already might need to think about that for a sec. that is an interesting thing to drop on the table.
Oh my god, can we like take a 2-minute or 3-minute break? I really have to pee.
Yeah, quick five. That's an interesting one to think about.
I only need a minute to do this.
Quick 5. Yeah, I'll be right back then.
This is delicious. Yo. I'm getting cooked.
Dude, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what more could be said.
I don't understand why we're picking on Psycho so much.
I mean, I do. I just hate it.
I don't understand how the Loki thing is so much of a non-issue to so many people.
It is
It's
an issue.
primarily, it's really just because Psycho, as everyone else has seen, is on the team, and that's all the basis most people need, is that he's here, he's doing his job, he has not done anything to warrant any kind of suspicion other than connection with Loki, Trickster. Like, all right, well, so far he hasn't like fucked me, so it's more like a side eye look over.
Oh,
than anything.
The team in of itself, I don't so much have an issue with. It's more so Luma and Bermuda as a whole, just being like Bulldog being like, oh, interrogation and detainment, which is like standard military thing when it comes to this kind of stuff. And then it's like, yeah, but he's not bad though. He's been good on missions.
It
so
is,
why would we do
but
that?
Luma is right when she says Psycho has done nothing to warrant detainment and interrogation. I mean, by that same logic, technically, although I don't think anyone knows it, Remnant also would have undergone that, but they don't care about that right now. Psycho has something to offer them currently, and they're not going to detain and force him to answer all of these questions that they don't deem are important to what they're doing right now.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing. I don't really understand how getting to the bottom of the whole Loki thing wouldn't be imperative.
Because
Like,
it's
of
not
all the
imperative
things
to
that
them.
Psycho could
They-
offer them,
I think it's because they
All
don't
this
know
of all
what
the
stuff?
things that Psycho could offer them.
Psycho
Yeah,
could
but-
offer them something very important. The thing is, it's like saying, like, the Lutherans of the Christian sect could be a danger because they're so religiously fervent they're gonna kill people. It's like, have they done anything that like puts like did they actually express the goal of committing harm or opposition to our goals? And Loki has not yet expressed something that puts him in direct opposition of our goals. It's truly
Yeah,
just
That's
being suspicious for the sake of being
That-
suspicious.
well, that's a good point. Except they would also be under investigation. They wouldn't just be left to their own devices.
And they put him under zone of truth and interrogated him about, you know, are you in opposition to our goals? Are you going to betray our common interests? When they pulled him from the syndicate.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think it's important to remember also that Psycho is like, we could drag the information out of him, right? But who's to say he doesn't have more useful information that he would be willing to give to us voluntarily? So like by forcing him to, it's like
Yeah.
we're
That was
cutting
part
off.
of my speech that I got cut off about, and I was
Oh.
really sad.
I think, like, that's all good. I'm saying this is like, this is something Luma would bring up, but like, the agency still operates with some amount of due diligence of like,
Mm-hmm.
all of you are being watched at all times with everything you do because they don't trust anyone. Even the people who have spot records, like Shugo, for example, is always under constant surveillance. So,
Yeah.
nothing they've seen, there's no evidence that says this person is liable to betray us. And the evidence...
That's all fine and good, Sam. That's all fine and good, but the thing is, the interrogation of Cyrus went before they knew that he had Loki inside of him. And Loki is specifically a point of interest due to the last mission.
Look, and that's... How do I put this? Bulldog is being trusted that he can confirm this, right? Like, Bulldog doesn't even have evidence. Nothing concrete other than I talked to God and God told me
History
this.
books.
And
Yeah.
then the other point of evidence he has is completely mythological fairy tales. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying? Like to Luma at least, it's like, I get it. If Loki's real, and I'm gonna believe you guys that he's real, I'm gonna suspend my disbelief that he's real, and that the stories about him are also somewhat factual, then yeah, that is a very suspicious thing to have around us. And I am on edge. Looks at Raven. Have you ever stopped recording anything Psycho does? No. So what more do you want from us? Do you have a I'll say Luma is saying this, right? Luma is asking, do you have a method to pull the truth out of an extraplanar entity? Because we do not.
He would answer. He would answer no, but he'd say he didn't know that Bermuda wouldn't have that at their disposal. Like, he doesn't. It's important to note he doesn't know what Bermuda can and can't do to Cyrus. He's just bringing it up.
Yeah.
So if they want to say to him, "Hey, bro, that's cool and all. We hear your concerns, but there's nothing we can do." That's one thing. But they haven't even said that. They've just gone, "Nah, not doing it."
Yeah, well, Luma is like, I mean, like, that's Luma's assumption. It's like, you're assuming a lot of from us, and that's what I'm saying. Right now, Luma is saying this. This is Luma saying this.
Back
We
into
do-
character.
Yeah, I
Back
know,
into
I'm-
character.
I'm just saying, Sam. I'm just saying, is in like, in terms of if you want to get Bulldog off of this, it's like if Luma just simply says to him, "Hey, look, hear your suspicion, you know, understandable, absolutely. However, as of right now, there's nothing really beyond zone of truth that we can do to get it out of him. So you're just gonna have to go and work with this." Bulldog would probably go, "Oh, fuck's sake," you know, he'd moan about it, but he wouldn't really.
Yeah.
Like, it's nothing more he could do at that point. But like, he doesn't know that, so he can't be
Yeah.
expected.
He's
to,
he's feeling
understand
ignored, and Luma.
that before the fact.
Yeah. So right now, let's get back into
He's basically
character.
bringing because his main complaint here was basically going to the rest of the team who were just all dismissive. Well, I say the rest of the team, Tiger and Hinatori, who were basically just saying, this is not important. Why do you even care about this? And what he was bringing this up for to even say, he wasn't even doing it because he wanted to suggest something. He was just bringing it up because he wanted to say specifically Tiger and Hinatori, this is something that is valid and like worth thinking about and being concerned about.
And
It is no.
That's
Dead
what he
ass.
wanted to do.
Truly. Me, the player, gets it. Unfortunately, Bulldog has bullied the fuck out of Tiger for no reason. So he's just like, you're bullying him for literally no reason besides being a dick. And I'm tired of it. I don't give a fuck what your reason is, because you just do this. And he's tired of it, like, interrupting what he thinks is important, mission relevant shit.
And thus,
Oh, that's fine and all. And like, if
Wait,
Tiger believes
hold on.
that, then it's good that he's bringing it up now, because then that can be addressed.
We don't have that much time left in this session. Let's stop meta talking.
Meta talking,
Yeah.
back into character. Por favor, let's move. Okay, back in character.
You.
Luma will say that outside of this proposal from Agent Remnant, the agency simply does not have a tried and true method for pulling the truth out of extraplanar entities. They are beyond our comprehension. They are supernatural. We are still trying to understand magic that can pull the truth out of humans. So, yes, Yule looks at the team. Bulldog is very, very valid in being suspicious of the Sly One. Which also makes it fair that he is suspicious of the Sly One's avatar, she says, questioning. Then looks back to Bulldog. However, he has not presented evidence that proves him to be our opponent or enemy, and there is no way that we can verify that he is our opponent or enemy. We simply do not have the means. So without further evidence shown that he is our enemy, or a way of verifying and proving that he is our enemy, please stop treating him like our enemy.
Bulldog looks down at the ground and just sighs deeply. Fine.
Excellent. Looks at
I'm
Remnant.
still gonna be suspicious, though.
Oh yes, I am too. Raven, are you going to stop surveilling him? No. Excellent. We're on the same page. Looks at Remnant. Will you like to try whatever it is Agent Remnant proposes?
Bulldog just looks at Lumen and he goes, I'm not finished yet.
Oh, please wrap it
This
up.
wasn't about convincing you. This wasn't about convincing you. He looks over at Mika and Tiger. This is about convincing you two.
To be suspicious of him?
I was
To
already
understand
suspicious
why I'm
of
coming
him.
from and why. To understand where I'm coming from and why it's a valid question to ask. Why knowing about Loki is important to our current objective.
I already agreed with you when you started talking.
Not in a
Then
way
why
that made
did
him
you
feel
object when I tried to know?
comprehended.
Why did you object to me when I tried to learn more about Psycho and thus Loki at the beginning? You said it wasn't relevant. Why? Why is it relevant now but not then?
I don't believe it is relevant. We are having this conversation because you have made it your sole purpose to distract from the topic at hand, and unless I address it, you will not be fully here. And I need you here. So,
Tiger stands up. Still so
Bulldog
much smaller than
glares.
Bulldog. Listen. While I don't fully comprehend why you feel so insistent on this, I'll try. If you can tell me and promise me that after this, and after whatever happens with Psycho and Faith happens, you can have all the suspicions you want. but leave him alone. If you have questions, if you have demands over what you want to know about him, come to me. He seems more inclined to drive you insane, and he's going to push your buttons in any way he can for the laugh of it. If you come to me about it, he's more likely to give me the truth because he can't lie to me. And I will ask any and all questions that you have whenever we have a moment to spare. But you have to leave him alone, and you have to work with him while you are on this team. I will do my best to listen to you. If you will respect me as the second of this team. I want to hear your opinion. I want to do better. He offers his hand to Bulldog. If you're willing to try it out.
Bulldog looks at Tiger, and he can see that Milo's eyes are full of concern, and he just says, "How do you know he can't lie to you?
Because I am
How
a
can we make
Bion.
sure of that?" He
When
could
we
pull
are
some
done with the
strings.
meeting with the Barrier Knight, you, him, and I, and whoever, and the entire team, if you want, Bulldog, can sit around and we can have him test his powers on the group.
I can validate Tiger's previous aforementioned statements. Though not something I've brought up to topic, Agent Psycho possesses the ability to aether break in some small scale. For those of you unaware of this definition, you can manipulate reality on the conscious level, reducing comprehension of something. In essence, he can wipe evidence of anything existing or having existed in the memory from anyone in his vicinity, except for those who have some innate resistance to it, such as those with mechanical brains. I am one such person. Tiger looks at Tiger. Proved to be one other on your way here from Olympus.
Bulldog raises his eyebrows. Oh, well, that. He looks down at Tiger's hand, and he reaches out and takes it. Fine.
Okay. And for the sake of focusing on this meeting with the Barrier Knight, can you please drop it past whatever Psycho learns?
Mm-hmm. But just FYI, Luma, screw you. It definitely was relevant.
She blinks at him. I'm going to
Tiger just looks at Luna like, don't, don't, keep going.
I'm going to let that one go. Looks back at the table.
Can you take your seat, Bulldog?
Bulldog stomps over.
She takes a deep breath in, exhales. Very well then. Looks at Remnant. Do you have anything you wish to offer or discuss about this meeting with the Ritsars?
I don't know how important it is.
I'm sorry.
Well, right now we are working with speculation, hopes, and dreams. So anything you have on your mind may be something we can add on to the itinerary.
It's all rather jumbled for me.
Hell stirs. Is a garden somewhere I can take control if it is plaguing them.
I'm sorry, Sam. She said there's a garden.
Mm-hmm. you would know from the previous conversation you had with her and Faith, where you found Hell was considered a garden for her, a place
Oh,
where her
right.
powers are basically maximized. And, well, as you know from your backstory, that garden was trespassed, and that led to that whole ordeal.
So hang on. There's a garden plaguing them, and we can take it away. That's what she said.
Mhm.
Okay. She furrows her brow for a moment as she's hearing that and repeating it. There's a garden nearby that's plaguing the area, and we can take it away.
Luma blinks, tilts her head. Right. Agent Faith said something similar. A source, perhaps, or some other creature that is producing undeath.
Yes.
Faith said she was looking for one such location in Russia. Perhaps it is something that is causing distress. Acknowledging that could be another point to forming joint operations.
There are
Bring it up to them.
deaths. Yes.
You were saying?
Oh, I was just confirming that there is undeath here.
Excellent. Raven, is there anything else we should add to the itinerary? Or even thinks? It's clear the Einhaj are the ones who took the Ephetos, but at the same time, it is also clear that the Ritsars were the ones who tried to kill Vasily Kurchenko and the Kharkiv Mafia. They happened at the same time. I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. If the Einhajar are not in league with the Ritsars, perhaps someone who is coordinating them is. It may be possible that the Einhajar are already infiltrated within the Ritsars, or at least within the intelligence agency that provides them their information. If the Syndicate are so prominent here in Moscow and in all of the Greater Russia, then that may be a place we can offer our assistance. We have reason to suspect that the head of the Russian section of the Syndicate is the Mudrets, and his identity is speculated to be Dmitry Inga. Whether or not they are willing to accept this speculation, we have some amount of prominent evidence for it. Can't confirm it, we need more investigation. And investigating a Russian official is not something the CIA is currently able to do in great depth, unless they allow us to. Perhaps proposing an audit of their parliament or their intelligence agency would help draw out this leak or this traitor or this faction that is working with the syndicate from within the government. And Luma nods. Looks to Bulldog and then to Psycho. Bringing up the syndicate could be a good topic. If there's anything you can add in behalf of the syndicate, then that would help aid our goal.
Thank you for letting me know. God fucking damn it.
Was it just silence for you?
It just now it got silent.
I see.
I swim on Discord.
Yeah, Discord.
You know what? I'm gonna update real quick because maybe that's the reason why it's mad at me. Hold up.
Go ahead.
Bulldog would nod at Luma. I didn't really know much outside of the fighting pits, but what I know, I'll tell you.
Hope it doesn't do it again. God damn. But yeah,
Okay.
please ask my phone still receives texts and shit.
Copy.
Try.
Alrighty. I believe that is all on the docket. Say that during all of this discussion, the interrogations, the back and forth, there's only like 15 minutes left before the ritual ends, and so the ritual ends. Psycho. You see Loki. His form fades in and out, as if he is unable to maintain his current aberration next to you. Flashing, fading, becoming translucent, and then eventually he's gone. The ritual nears its end as the blood surrounding the circle seeps upwards, forming this dome around you and Faith, and then it goes dark, black. And the dome breaks, shattering to glass, as the blood becomes frozen, completely frozen, falling down like shards. All of you see this. And Faith opens her eyes and lets out a sigh. She looks at Psycho. She pouts. Then she looks back towards Luma and the gang, stands up on her feet. He didn't answer. Luma drops her shoulders, a bit disappointed. Well, I guess we'll make do.
We have plenty we can talk about anyhow.
Agreed. She stands up. Alright, Domino. We move back to the apartments. We are to be escorted to the target site from there. If there's anything you need to collect from the armory, here in the embassy, or from your rooms, now would be the time. Fulani, bring the car around. He gets up. Yes, Supervisor. Yes, ma'am. Goes, as I will take you all back to the apartments. She pauses at the door before exiting and says to everyone, anything we discuss from this point onward has nothing to do with this mission or anything that was stated about Templar. Am I understood?
Tiger notes.
I'm back.
You're back.
Hi, I'm back.
It's good to be back. Why do I have the idea that y'all were talking shit?
We were not.
We were.
We go.
Is Zone of Truth still active?
We're out.
I mean, yeah, if you guys have some last things you want to say to Psycho before you leave the embassy. Before you leave the embassy.
Inventory.
What people would keep them active or not?
Yeah, probably.
This
Yeah,
would be
sure.
the biggest question. Actually, wait, Zone of Truth only lasts 10 minutes.
Yeah. It just
Oh yeah, it would be down as fuck right now.
Yeah. I mean,
For
if
the-
there was
Literally.
if there was something that needed to be stated, I'm gonna say Zone of Truth would have been up for it. Someone else.
Sure.
Raven would just cast it again. He's not going on this mission, so he doesn't need his spell slots. If there was a truly important bit of conversation that someone was like, nah, I don't, just mad disrespectful, but it was like, nah, I don't trust you. Raven would be like, I don't have time for this. Zone of Truth. Any ending conversations anyone wants to bring up, or are we moving?
I want to move. So we actually have time to
Um,
do things and talk with him.
The last thing I think Tiger would say would be like, regardless what the Barrier Knight might ask of me or of Dr. Lovedev, no one mention the idea that we want to go back to his lab. Got
Agreed.
it.
Right.
Good.
Sam, out of curiosity, what did I do while like Faith is just like what was I doing?
You were maintaining concentration with her. In essence, it's like attuning to something. Like it is channeling your magic through a medium. In this case, the medium was the space around you. Almost like you're trying to maintain a constant emission of magic from your body.
So like, was I like
Meditating.
just sitting in like darkness?
Yeah, until
While
the end of the ritual. Inside the circle, it just dims like the area around you, making it more obscure, heavily obscuring the area behind you and around you, and then also deafening in some great part. And yeah, you just sit in a circle with her for an hour, meditating.
Right.
I mean, no one said the ritual was fun. It's a ritual.
I'm back with attitude.
Said the
Get her
man.
things.
No one has anything to say. No one has anything to do. Going once, going
Something I
twice.
can't wait for later.
Okay,
We
Oh.
move.
we move. Party returns to the apartment. You guys reconvene, I suppose, in Tiger's room.
Of
Right.
course.
Luma also reconvenes there. She looks around, takes a breath in. That's finally. Please present a good case. The fate of the world may literally rest upon this meeting going well. This will go forward towards achieving all our goals, making everything from this point onward far easier than the alternative. Be focused, be united, please. Try to be a bit heroic. Am I understood?
If people don't have nice things to say, don't say them.
Well
Don't
said.
start any kind of internal conflict.
What? Which one?
He says, looking pointedly at Psycho, Bulldog, and Hinatori.
I'm more experienced at these games than you are. I don't know why you're looking at me.
Just be professional.
I think that's what he's talking about, Hinatori.
Okay. So your long rest concludes here. So if you have spells you want to switch out and spell slots to recover, or features, items to tune to, whatever, do so. Make those changes now. You will not be able to make those changes later.
Wait.
I
Hold
just
up.
want to say
Say
this
it
with
again.
the 2 cents.
Oh no, I wanted Sam to repeat himself before he said it.
Your long rest concludes now, so recover whatever things you've used, health, hit die, spell slots, and change your spell lists. So if you are the kind of person who prepares the spells, as you will not be able to change them after this.
While people do that, I just want to emphasize immensely, and whether or not people have tuned into it or not, up in the air completely, but Tiger is so aggressively and horrendously uncomfortable at the idea of Templar being gone.
I imagine. I've been bonding with her a lot.
He is very much like doing his damnedest to maintain his composure, but God,
I think
Mother
Bulldog
is
probably
gone.
would have a survey of the groups. I don't know if would you need to roll like an insight or something.
Yeah, DC like 10.
Ah, he doesn't notice.
Incredible.
That
He was
is
too focused on the shit with
so
Psycho.
funny.
I feel like Cyrus would notice.
Roll to
Roll
see.
insight to notice.
I mean,
Yeah, he noticed. He noticed as well. Unitori's not gonna roll.
I was like, Cyrus would have to like. Well, not one, but he gets a D4 on insights anyway. So I was like,
It's almost impossible for him to
if
fail.
it's a D10, like I'm like, do I need a roll for the nat one?
B, do you want to roll for Hitatori? Or is she not even here?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I can hear you guys. I'm just not at my computer. She
Well-
wouldn't roll. I'm sure she would notice. She's been with Tiger
No,
enough, and she doesn't.
You gotta roll! Because everyone
Oh
rolls.
my god.
That's not fair for you to say just because you know her, because then... Friggin...
There, I know.
Yeah, okay, you're good. Yeah.
That was so dumb.
Complaining for the sake of complaining.
That was
Yeah.
so stupid.
Yeah, Tiger be mad, uncomfortable, but he's doing his best, guys.
So are we seeing the dude today?
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
that happened
and, like,
today?
The next hour.
And like the
Like right now.
Okay.
And like the right now, as there is a knock on the door.
All right, let me pick my lying spells. Anyway, no, I'm joking.
You do what you gotta do.
I'm
What's
ha-haing.
Tiger will answer the door.
The door is met by Padawan Alexander, who I'm not gonna drop on the map.
Okay.
He looks at you all. Says, "Hello. I am going to escort you towards our next location." He gestures for people to follow him as he steps out into the elevator hallway.
Tiger nods and he'll gesture to the group. Alright, we're going. And make sure everybody heads out.
Sick. Step out into
Are we
the
waiting for
hallway.
something?
Yeah, with me.
Oh.
Step out into the hallway with
fine.
him. And I'll ask Shay, you are using a spell slot to cast that normal spell you have on, right?
Hmm?
Okay, just making sure.
If it casts though, no. I swear it only gets consumed if it casts.
No, that I understand. I mean aura. Because that is what you usually have in that. So you would have to now use a normal spell slot to do it, unless you don't want to do it.
Wouldn't I have done it when I woke up?
Your long rest.
And then it would have lasted. It would have lasted 8 hours, regardless, and then my shit would have just refreshed, right? Like a long rest doesn't reset my shit, does it?
Does in my games. I don't know if that's standard, but
It
I've always
does?
said, yeah, long rest, unless it lasts longer than 8 hours, then presumably casting a spell would break your long rest.
Okay, but in your game, it's like I woke up, but my long rest wasn't done.
Yes.
So I used yesterday's shit. I casted it, right?
That would break
when
your
I
long rest.
when I woke up.
Is my point.
Oh, you're icky.
Resources, bro.
Smell garbage.
Alas.
Okay. Fuck, man. Sam, what's your problem?
You ain't got spell slots? Are you a half caster?
Fuck, man. All right, whatever, dude. Yeah, sure. I cast it.
There you go.
Man.
And problem solved. We move. Alexander
I
brings
gotta
you all
cast it.
in front of the elevator, and you see already laid out on the floor is a circle. Helix scripts inscribed into the tiles. He says, "So, I'm going to request that you please hand over any electronics you have in your person. I will give them back to you when you return. I will also scan you for any electronics you may be unaware you are carrying. I'm sure you understand our precautions on this matter." Luma nods, says, "All right, everyone, hand over what you have."
Does my CAD count as an electron?
Yes.
Okay, she hands it over.
Luma takes the HUD off of her ear and hands it to him.
We'll hand over her HUD.
Yes, the question is, to make this go along, is anyone going to try to keep any electronic on them?
Tiger's gonna ask if there's a specific procedure for buy.
This scanner will determine such things.
Sure.
Eris gives a shit.
No one holding anything back. He scans each of you. Presuming no one is stating they're holding anything back. I'm going to assume you don't have anything on you. Something does ping off of his scanner. Tiger, he scans your Bion, your neurowear, and he looks at you and says, "You have chipsets installed.
He nods.
I better request you hand those over as well."
Damn.
What time of day is it?
It's 2 p.m. now. It'd be 3 because you guys took that whole meeting and shit.
Right. He will comply with most of them, but not the iCloud chip.
iCloud chip is one that is just installed. You actually can't even take it out
Yeah.
without shutting your body down.
Yeah, that's why I was like, he does all of them, but that one.
Alexander scans you and nods. Very well. And then please step into the circle. As he also steps into the circle.
Wait, do we give him specifically all our shit, or
Yep.
we just leaving them behind?
Give it to him.
Okay.
You would see that he extends his hand out, and as people start to hand him things, a little swirl it appears in his hand, like a small contained hurricane of energy, just blue and white static electricity zipping around, and as you drop things into his palm, they just phase through his hand.
Nifty.
Tiger hates it, but he does it anyways because he has to set a good example.
Everyone steps into the circle. No one has anything left to do. Grab from their rooms or take with them.
Nope.
Just hold my cat.
Word.
Mhm.
The circle.
We move.
Circle pulses with energy, like a heartbeat, like a breath, and then rises around you. You see these magical barriers, translucent glass, form around you, and the glass slowly fogs more and more and more until the space beyond, outside of the circle, is imperceivable, and you feel like your body grows with weight, like gravity affects you at twice the force, and all of you jerk it down from the sudden impact of this pull. And then it stops. Only lasts a second. You hear a drum. One boom. and the glass slowly fizzles down, the fog clearing up, and you are somewhere else.
Meow. Meow.
Steel beams, rebar rods, PVC pipes, and wooden pallets litter this unsealed floor. There's support beams that hold up the floor, hold up the ceiling, and the foundations of concrete walls have been outlined and framed by sheetrock barriers, but little else actually covers the space. It's a building under construction. A high floor overlooking parts of the city as flying cars, VTOL airships, and drones are flying very close to the building, just beyond the view, maybe 100 or 200 feet away. It was clear that the area you're in has been used before. There's equipment, heavy machinery, material strewn about, but right now it's empty. Perhaps the afternoon shift ended early, or perhaps the workers were just given the whole day off. It didn't matter. The space was abandoned, barren, and remote. No one would see you here. No one would get close enough without being detected by these mage inquisitors. And no one would know that a group of high-value individuals have met here in secret. Nothing living, at least. Right as the thought crosses your mind, as you gather your space, you see before you this collective facing you now. The Barrier Knights, and appears to be another Ritsar, having their body covered up completely. They're wearing a mask as well, preserving their identity. You see Adawan, one whose name you have yet to receive. See the Rift Knight and her Padawan as Alexander exits the circle to join, standing at her side and standing at attention. You see the Ruin Knight and his Padawan, his younger brother Yuri. No one else. There's no military personnel, there's no nobles or politicians, just Ritsars. You see the Barrier Knight put his hands together, almost like in prayer, as his fingers interlock with each other, palms against the other. He takes a breath in, and the walls that are just barely covered up, that expose this entire under construction floor to the space around you, become golden. As you see, the air that was there now has this gold shimmer, almost like there's a fog veil put around the floor, as Wall of Force is put up, locking everyone inside. The walls are covered, the roof is covered, as is the floor, with this golden shimmer. With the barriers in place, Alexander once again opens this rift in his hand, and pulling from it a canister-like device, he whistles the tiger, tosses it over for him, underhanded, so you can quickly and easily catch it.
Tiger will catch it. Analyze it.
The device isn't American or European make, but your neuroware pings the device as an electronic pulse grenade, or an EMP. Your database recognizes this special variant of EMP. It is continuously emitting this pulse in a 20-foot radius, but a 5-foot radius of immunity is created for wherever the device is. While holding it, your neuroware would not be jammed and shut down and knock you out, but everything beyond 5 feet from you would be. And Alexander nods to you as if implying to activate it.
His eyes, for a second, glance over to the Ruined Knight, because he's mostly made of also, like, machinery, right?
He does have neuroware, yes.
So, like, for a moment, he glances at him.
The Ruined Knight is glaring at each of you, taking each of you in individually. He catches Tiger's eye. He simply says, I am immune. But you do not hear him say this. It booms in your head.
Still not used to that. But with that, he'll nod and activate it.
You hear a light, high-pitched buzz come from it as the frequency emits, and this is static electricity that almost like raises the hair on all of your heads, all of your body, and then it just remains like that. Not intrusive, not really bothering or making any more sound. Just, it's active. But anyone who wouldn't have an electronic on them would not know that. So the Barrier Knight steps forward towards the group. The little half semicircle of his knights standing behind him, still at attention, watching you guys closely. My name is Yuki Moroso. I am the Barrier Knight. Some of you already know me, while others may have heard of me. Whatever stories or recollections you may have of me, I promise I am smaller than that. Just one man using his blessings to give to those less fortunate and less privileged. I pray to the Father of Understanding that each of you are similar hearts, or at least can see our dilemmas through my eyes. Before we proceed with any dealings or negotiations or the like, his eyes pass by each one of you. Whereas you see him about to speak a different name on his tongue, but then he stops himself. Templar.
Tiger looks to Luma, but if she's looking at him like he's like as they talked about with the one that was gonna talk about it.
She says, the Commander Templar had a medical emergency. Her Padawan is present. All of them, you see all of their eyes jot over to Tiger as they all focus in on him.
He does like a little head bow, like taking the credit for that of like being the Padawan. If you have any questions regarding her, you can ask me.
What kind of medical emergency?
She was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder this morning.
The Breetsars all have different reactions. The Ruin Knight squints, as if he doesn't believe it. Alexander looks towards his master, and you see the Rift Knight has a concerned look. The Padawans that were behind the Barrier Knight just kind of glance at each other and then back towards the situation as they are focusing more in on the exact words being used. Barrier Knight, who is at the forefront, just 10 or 15 feet beyond you guys. So you're all standing, I'm assuming standing in a line somewhat.
Can we like organize ourselves in the way that we'd be like lined up facing each other? Because I feel like just
Works with me.
it might be a little bit easier.
I'll use this top left circle to organize things. Be like in front of him.
Okay, how do we want to do this? I'm gonna pull back so there's more room.
I'll move all of you up a little bit, actually. Stop moving. Just so we're centered for my OCD sake.
Sar's also gonna be at the
Where-
back.
Where's Tiger gonna be?
I feel like he would have stepped up from that, so like he'd be facing them. Like
Luma would be besides Tiger until he steps forward. So let's put Luma somewhere in the center.
you put Faith on the other side of Psycho.
Yeah.
Yeah, for my sanity, so it's like a fucking even looking.
Yes. Does Hinatori step forward somewhat in her semi-cycle? Like mirroring each other.
Yeah, she's a little bit forward.
His reaction, he narrows his eyes in on Tiger. He looks down at the ground, pondering that over. Closes his eyes. You can give me an insight check.
Okay, I'm so good at those.
Take a guidance, maybe? Question mark?
Oh, that'd be
Can I?
cute.
Can I give
I
guidance?
would-
You can give guidance. Guidance can be used as a reaction, as can Bardic Inspiration.
Take a guidance, my boy.
I literally only have bless, but it's the same thing, so I'll do that.
Make sure it stacks.
Does it stack? I mean,
Bless is a completely different spell to guidance, so
no, I
Yeah.
know, but like, I don't have bless. I don't have guidance as like a modifier thing to my thing.
Oh, okay, yes.
But I have
Okay, never
bless.
mind.
It's the same rule.
I
so,
thought you
like,
were saying you had bless on. Okay.
Yeah.
Guidance is under your skill modifiers because it
Did
is
it even do the thing?
Didn't add it.
it is under
That's
Well,
your
that's
wisdom roll.
global skill
Okay.
modifiers on the left side because it is a skill modifier.
Screaming. Hold
Just roll a
on.
d4.
Yep. 14. I would like to also add my inspiration to that as well.
Go ahead.
It's a D6, right? The basic one?
That is the basic one, yeah. Did you get more than one inspiration for when I was dealing shit
Not
out?
to my knowledge.
I don't recall either, so go ahead.
Okay, so 17?
17.
That feels good.
Fairy Knight actually isn't that hard of a man to read. He doesn't hide or obscure his emotions in any intricate way. And, I mean, that news does seem to have a strong impact on him as he looks down at the ground thinking it over. You see a bit of guilt on his face. A little bit of shame, as if maybe he had suspected this, and now having it confirmed to him definitely invokes some memory or some emotions from it. He closes his eyes a bit tightly, and then takes a breath in.
Tiger will add, seeing that reaction. Perhaps when she's done being evaluated, you two can talk separately. She wanted to discuss it with you.
Opens his eyes, looking to Tiger. He's sad. He nods. I would like to. Takes a breath in. You look at the Reetsars beyond, as Rift Knights also has a similarly sad look on her face. And the other Padawans just kind of like take that into thought, as that really does seem to have all of them questioning a lot of things. He opens his up. He looks back towards all of you again, stands up straight once more. Understood. Then I will begin this negotiation by asking a demand. You will tell me everything you know about Etch Replica and what your business was in the city provinces of Belomorsk, Russia.
Tiger will step back with that demand and kind of glance towards Luma regarding that manner, assuming she'd want to be the one to handle it.
She ponders. Please, guys, fucking talk for yourselves.
Hinatori would look to the others, and seeing as no one's jumping on it, she'll just step forward. Close enough that.
My net cut out. What happened?
Oh, they were asking us about the organization of
He
that
Or
the Enchantress.
not just that. They were asking specifically why the fuck we were fucking with it.
He demands everything you guys know about Etch Replica and what your business was in Belomorsk.
Oh,
Which would you like me to start with first?
What you're doing in Belomorsk.
She looks at the ground considering what she knows. Uh, we one of our agents was captured by Etch Replica, and we took it upon ourselves to recover him, as it was likely he was either a double agent or something had happened. It was too risky to leave him alive, and we killed him.
The idea that Hinatori, who was not present at that, was the
No,
one
she
answering
was.
that is so funny. Was
She-
she?
She was.
Was that her first mission?
Yeah, that was her first mission.
Oh shit! I thought that was an in-between thing. No mind.
She was there. He squints at them. And why was your agent captured in Russia?
Why were they captured in Russia? I believe it's because there was a issue we had in Ukraine or something. Was it Ukraine?
It was Belomorsk.
DM. Was it Belomorsk?
That was
Shoot.
for the
Easy Squad.
island was?
Operation Matador was in Belomorsk.
I didn't realize that was the same
He-
place.
During a separate mission, he was captured and brought to Russia.
Is that what Hinatori believes?
Yes. That's the most part what she was told. She wasn't there. For that part.
He looks at her. He squints. And then Luma speaks up. There was an operation conducted against the Kharkiv Mafia. To try and capture the head of the Kharkiv Mafia, as we suspected him to be in Belomorsk. The operation failed. Agent was captured. 2 agents were captured. One of them was recovered. The other one turncoated. Looks back to Hinatori.
They also cut off my father's arm.
Inhales. I'm sorry for your father.
She shrugs. He seems as good as new.
That is good. And so, 2 operations were conducted in Belomorsk. One to eliminate or capture Buick, and the other one to recover your agents who failed to do so. Is that correct?
She nods. She nods.
And this has in no way been related to perhaps an arachnid force. You had no...
That would be related to Etch Replica.
So it would seem. So go on.
Sure. That is pretty much the summary of our missions, or our reasoning behind the mission. But now this leads into our knowledge on Etch Replica, which is not that expensive. I believe. What was her name? Well, DM. Do I have to roll history? What was her name? The enchantress's name.
Cherevnitsia?
Yeah. She says, yes, the Cherevnitsia had, as we said before, captured one of our agents. And brought her away from a compound she had established in Russia. We tailed her. We had a tracker, basically stowed away on around the agent, and we narrowed down their location into that cave, and we basically cut our way through a cave until we found the Sheriff Nitsia and our agent. We recovered the agent, and she kind of like claps her hands in like a defeated way, and they killed the Sheriff Nitsia, which broke whatever deal she or like enchantment or whatever she had with the spiders. And so the spiders must have broken out and attacked everything. And she kind of looks a little pensive saying this. I believe it was Templar who killed her. I'm not sure why.
There's Hinatori.
If she hadn't killed her, we would have a lot more intel to give you right now. I apologize.
Outside of the Charivnitsia, what other members of this spider coven or edge replica did you encounter?
Well, I don't know how much mind reading Barrier Knight has. That Hinatori visibly tenses a tiny bit when he asks that question. Well, we know there are two other sisters, and we in fact know her proper name.
Sisters.
Yes. Oh, they have brothers as well. It's a quite large family.
Did you kill one of these sisters?
Not on purpose. She was on a mission. Did you watch the New York battle?
Yes.
With yes. She was were you there to witness the meeting with the what are they? Is that Vampire? Yeah. No. Are Vampire the fish people?
Lunarsai.
Oh, okay.
The
Were you
fish
witnessing the Lunrasai
I was not present, but I did observe the meeting.
she was the woman who jumped out and attempted to block the Lunrasai from being shot by the assassin.
That was one of these
Sisters.
sisters that belong to the Spider Coven.
Yes. Their names are. They bring up my list.
He stops you, raising his hand. Allow me to re-clarify my question. The Spider Coven, one of their females was murdered.
Well, two
There.
of them are.
In Belomorsk.
Sorry.
Did you kill them?
She nods. She nods. But killing is kind of a confusing gesture. If you will allow me to explain.
Not to its mother.
Well, we didn't kill. Oh,
During
we
her
did kill a
escape, it's
spider.
likely we may have killed the spider you're referring to.
Yes.
What did the spider look like?
Large, white, ice.
Was it the Karakurt, the Black Widow?
She shakes her head. At least I don't think so. It was just kind of a icy white spider.
It was a Black Widow. It was Princesa Livdiana Karakurt.
And now that you say it, it did kind of look like one.
Takes a breath in. You see the Ruin Knight glare at all of you again. Now, a bit of tension rising in his body. You see Alexander frown. The Rift Knight just close her eyes and shake her head, disappointed.
We formally apologize for causing likely the consequences of Belomorsk.
Your apology will not make up for it. He looks at Hinatori. No, these other sisters you're referring to, might they be demons?
Yes, I guess that's one name for them.
He blinks. Do not speak their names, but allow me to refer to them in a more contextual way. Have you ever deemed them to be exemplifying of certain sins? Lust,
Yeah.
or wrath,
Yes.
pride?
There is the one that tried to save the Lunrasai president. That would be the one we call the lustful one. She's worked with us in the past. She is rather agreeable and understanding of human matters, surprisingly for a demon. There is, how do I describe? There is the other one is more, but I would say they're about manipulation and lies, and I suppose enchanting others, misdirection.
This lustful one. You said she is dead, killed during the invasion of New York.
Yes, I can give you their code names. That way, we're not referring to them directly.
No, their host is unimportant.
She not. What was the question again?
He's asking, she is dead, the lustful one.
Dead is a demons and demons and celestials don't die exactly. They're momentarily.
Allow me to
pushed from,
re-question. Their host is dead and they have not been rehosted.
I she kind of like rubs the back of her neck. I may have briefly hosted one of them in order to gather intel.
His eyes shimmer, glow, pierce into her. Tori, give me a charisma saving throw.
I doubt he needed to know that.
Yeah.
They already know it. They already knew that.
I don't think they already knew that, but I mean,
Simply giving intel for the sake of giving
it's
intel.
giving
It's fine.
snitch.
I ain't about to
No,
chastise
Alexander
because
knew.
I ain't saying shit. I at least applaud B for speaking.
Alexander already knew.
I don't think they already know.
Just let her do her thing. It's fine.
I mean, this has just been. I do not remember any of this stuff, so.
It was over a year ago. The very night takes a step forward, his eyes glowing. You feel as if someone is standing over your neck on both sides. Like there's a giant presence behind you. He stands. Tall man, 6'4", looking down. He stares into
Smallest each one of
Hinatori's eyes.
She
Like
doesn't.
also just slightly.
She doesn't flinch. But she does. She just stares back at him.
He's quiet, observing her. He extends a hand, places it on her shoulder. I will ask that you leave this meeting.
Down.
Damn.
He said, "That's enough out of you." See, this is
Yeah.
exactly why I kept my mouth shut.
Mika nods her head.
I can briefly send you back from where you're from, or I will have this girl leave for you.
What? I got confused with what was just said.
And
What?
can send you back from where you're from, but I can have this girl leave with you.
She narrows her eyes and says, she's gone.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the lustful one. And you once again feel a presence in your back. Something rides up your skin, and from your shoulder comes out something familiar. She is wrapping her arm around Hinatori's shoulder as she remanifests, and she pouts. Damn. Maybe I should have left. Stella appears next to Hinatori, and you see Luma blink a few times. You see Faith step forward closer. All of the Ritsars are standing at attention, hands folded behind their backs, but all of them stand off of attention now, feet shoulder length apart and hands on their sabers. Unfortunately,
Mouth falls open.
Mr. Murosov, right? I can't go anywhere. I'm bound to this girl, and I'm not gonna let her go.
That's not a good lie. You know you can break off the deal at any point.
I never said I couldn't. I said I'm not going to. She glares at Hinatori still, arm wrapped around her neck.
She glares back at her.
Barrier Knight takes his hand off of Hinatori's shoulder as Stella makes her presence known, and he steps before her. Then you choose to leave this meeting voluntarily, or do you choose for this girl to leave with you? Looks at Hinatori. I'm not leaving. He looks to Hinatori. Please leave. Do you consent?
Yes, of course.
He raises his hand, and he casts banishment at 8th level.
I don't know if Estella's gonna try to make her counterspell that.
She is not going to be able to. As she frowns.
That is feral.
And they are both gone.
Well,
You see a glow emit from his hand as you are all blinded by light. You cover your eyes so you avoid the sting of it, and then when the flash is over, they are both gone. Little glittering shimmer falling from their place in space. And you are
Where have you
banished
sent them?
for an hour. As he looks back towards Tiger, his eyes still shimmering, and he says, "Do any of you contain any of these other demons?"
Where have you sent Agent Hinatori?
She is pocketed away in a harmless demi-dimension along with her demon. I will release her once this is over. Now, are there any other demons amongst you?
I believe I am haunted by one.
His eyes
Another
shimmer.
thing Templar wanted to discuss with you. I will step up more properly.
Looks you over. His head tilts slightly as it seems he's not looking into your eyes, but more so looking at your head and then at your neck. Steps to your side, glaring at your neck, where he steps back. I can temporarily suspend the haunting. Are there
By all
any
means.
magical components attached to your neuroweller or body?
Me thinking back, do I have things connected to my body that are magic?
You have your adaptive, like, cloaking, or adaptive,
Yeah.
are, like, elemental thing, but that's not something, that's not a vital organ.
Vital to my thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I was like, he nods. Or no, he shakes his head. Sorry. Nothing that's vital.
Looks back. Are any of you containing any of these demons?
No.
Is there any other demonic influences amongst you?
I don't believe so. No.
Bulldog shakes his head.
Faith looks at him. Says, can't help what I am. He looks at her. I know what you are. Looks at Psycho.
Hi.
Sure.
Hmm.
Bruh.
So what? He looks at me.
Waiting for you to answer his question.
Do you know what was asked?
I know what was asked, but I mean,
The answer is no.
the answer is no.
Loki snickers. You can't lie to him. Be specific. And he looks at you. He takes a breath in. He steps back from Tiger. Perhaps this meeting may have been a mistake. Is there something of vital importance you wish to negotiate with me? Speak the nature of it, but not the subjects.
We wish to work with you. To assist where we can. We wish to also take care of Etchopica, as I think we share that interest.
Eliminating Etch Replica seems to be vitally opposing to your affiliations, considering eliminating Etch Replica would also involve killing looks around a few of your agents.
Tiger frowns.
Thanks.
Remnant looks confused by that.
You can make an insight check, the lot of you.
I do.
That would be
'cause
nice.
Why would that be a thing?
Mm-hmm. Oh. I will reroll.
Reroll?
It's better, we'll take it.
Remnant. Psycho. I say Tiger was not enough.
That's fair.
Remnant and Psycho. Say for Psycho specifically, it's clear that when he looks at you, you feel Loki in your mind wince, almost like he's flinching. Like, ugh, don't look at me.
Sorry.
It's really funny.
What a reaction. And you can tell he's looking at Loki, like he can see him.
Ew.
And he glances at Luma, who both of you know is the only person who hasn't answered the question. And she still doesn't answer the question.
The demon
Are
question?
there any more demons amongst you?
Did this
Yo?
bitch make a fucking deal and didn't say anything to anyone?
It seemed like we
Bulldog
about to
rolling
get that.
insight?
You're allowed to make
You-
insight.
Everyone can.
Everyone here
Yeah,
is.
everyone
I was
can.
presuming everyone is reading into this meeting heavily. You are all allowed to make insight checks.
Hey, it seems like we about to find out why her code name Lazarus.
Ugh.
Nope, you're
So-
part of my oblivious group.
So he looks at Psycho and Luma.
Mm-hmm. Says, is etched replica the only matter you wish to bring up to me?
Tiger will glance to Bulldog and like kind of gesture with his head to step up. Alfredo.
Mm-hmm.
He's leaving on me, boy. We were just asked if there's any other thing that we want to bring up outside of Etropica to the barrier knight, and Tiger glanced to Bulldog and like gestured with his head to join him. And to talk.
Bulldog steps forward. What is it he's asking for Bulldog to speak about? I know
Why
there's a
are
few
we
things.
having
There
this
was,
meeting? Why are we going to them in the
okay,
first
yeah.
place? Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Barrier Knight. Well, as you might already be aware of, I recently had a run-in with the Iron Jar. Well, and they told me something that, well, I thought, considering it partly pertains to you and the Reed Sirs,
He raises his hand,
maybe
telling you
you
to stop. So he snaps his fingers, and Hinatori returns. She appears in Tiger, where she left next to Tiger. Stella doesn't reappear, but Hinatori knows she's there. He says,
Bulldog visibly jumps.
let us take a
Hinatori's visibly
different approach then. Everyone here is a vessel, except for... She looks at the paddle on Tiger. And he looks over to Luma. And that one's a host. So, I will initiate something that will be very uncomfortable for the lot of you. And it is the only manner by which we will continue engaging with this conversation. If you do not consent, then this meeting is over.
We consent.
It must be a verbal confirmation from each of you.
Yes.
Tiger will look over the group.
Yes.
Faith nods.
If Thief
Yeah.
can nod, I'll nod.
Luma nods.
Like I said, it has to be a verbal communication, and there's just
People nodding.
people nodding.
Presumably they say yes. He takes a breath in, puts his hands together, palms against each other, as if he were praying while standing. He says, "Please come together around me," as he steps forward. Luma steps forward as well.
Psycho?
You may feel nausea, drowsiness, perhaps. A debilitating weakness in your muscles. However, your intellect should be mostly unaltered, except for a loss of motor skills and a innate sickness entering your skin. This will have little else effect upon you. Those of you who are intrinsically extraplanar or contain such identity, this will hurt. This will cause an uncomfortable, numbing sensation. The psycho step forward and join as well.
Okay, yeah.
The Ritsars all take a step back.
They're like, fuck that.
Not this again.
Not again.
You do this every time you came.
And so with a long inhale, you all feel something tie into your hands, something tie into your legs. Feels almost like something's hooking onto you. And then all at once, there's a ripping sensation, like you're being pulled in every direction. It almost feels like your hair, if there were hair on all over your body, all of the hair was ripped all at once. As
What the fuck?
anti-magic feel is casted. It is a long spell, don't read it.
Whoa.
In essence, for the purpose of this, you cannot cast magic. Anything magic about you is nullified and suppressed, including your patrons. Your strength, were it magical, your intellect, were it magical, your constitution, if magical, all of it is gone. You are just a human. An undead within this zone, as he stated, those of you who are intrinsically extraplanar as well as faith, you feel just almost deathly sick. As if you've just been poisoned or drugged. Your muscles ache. You almost feel like you're gonna fall over just as this comes apart. Faith falls to a knee and puts her hand on the floor as you see her trembling.
Remnants felt this way before.
She put this way 2 days ago.
No, it's more like dying again.
It is.
That's fair.
It feels like you're dying. And one more thing. You see the shadow around Luma shift unnaturally. And someone is pushed from it as if falling backwards. As this man appears.
Hey,
Huh?
That's so cute!
Wait, that intro's kind of iconic though.
What an intro.
Pick up the lid.
In the middle of something. Later on.
Hello.
I had very bad time.
Very bad timing at this. No worries.
Yeah.
The sweating.
Luma grimaces and you see her like wince as she grits her teeth through this process. Takes a breath in and Veil falls out from her shadow. All of the Ritsars glance at this member, this new addition, says, I see. He glances over to Veil. Luma speaks
And this
first.
is the person who said that we shouldn't fuck shit up.
This is Agent Vale. He is a member of Domino Squad.
Tiger's staring at Luma and at Vale like, what the fuck? But he does not say a word.
Tell me, Sam.
They
I
just
guess I
gotta
would be able
stand
to.
up.
Oh, not going.
Bulldog
Vale
gives
would stand
Luma
up, kind of
deadly look.
dust himself off, and then kind of just like stand up as if there's nothing wrong here. Like, sorry, don't mind me.
Yeah, Vale, get in the circle, buddy.
It is
I
a
guess
10-foot radius
I've
around
known
him.
this guy all my life. I've known this guy from the womb.
Sam, I beg of you, move Luma up like a square.
I know, just
Mhm,
for
I was
my
about
sanity.
to. Yeah, I was about to. I was like, I'm trying to make this as even as possible.
God, that's so fun. I will do a more better picture later, I promise. Awesome.
It's kind of funny.
Agent Vale. Welcome, welcome. With that, your patrons are gone, as are any demonic ties you have completely negated and suppressed, pushed from the space around him. And he glows golden.
Like, I have a question.
Mhm.
Just because of how I'm thinking about how the patronage works for Remnant. Does she still look like how she looks? Or would she look super dead?
She, well, yeah, with this anti-magic field affecting her, pushing out Moscow's innate influence, she grows pale again. And starts looking more like a dead girl as the color drains from her. Her veins now appear black, now showing once more.
Rigor mortis setting in.
Rigor
Mhm.
mortis. I'm here for this visual. Thank you.
Once again, all of the Reed stars are still hands over their hips, attentive and watching. It exhales as his hands move apart now, back behind his back, one hand on the wrist as he stands at his calm attention, looks around him.
Does Tiger feel any of these effects, by the way?
The anti-magic field doesn't affect him. The
Yeah.
only thing that actually goes
Wild.
away from him is the absorb elements given to him by Murave.
That's fine. That's a passive thing. I just was wondering if he felt bad at all, but he's not magic, so F to y'all.
That's
He will speak up then. We want to have good ties with the Reetsars. We want to have transparent ties. So whatever we can do to build that trust, we will.
these. He scoffs. This is going to be a tough thing to swallow for all of you. Those of you who have patrons that are extraplanar and these such entities, you need to understand that they, at the end of the day, will seek to control or manipulate you against your nature. So if we're going to have a conversation about working towards the same ends, you need to understand that we will not cooperate with such entities. That being said, we will cooperate with the men who are using these entities for good. So if you have objectives that pertain towards the end goal of such entities, we do not care. If you have goals that benefit the overall purpose of humanity, we do. So let us keep our subjects relevant to furthering the evolution and preservation of mankind. If you have things you wish to bring up on this matter, or things such as, he looks to Bulldog, the Einhajar, who are intrinsically working against our better interests, we will begin this discussion now.
Good. He's gonna turn to Bulldog. Continue.
Right. So, well, they mentioned that at some point or another they'd approach the Reed Stars with an offer, an alliance of sorts, something to work together on. Now, given what you just said, I mean, I can tell that's not exactly in your forte, but I was wondering if you had any knowledge on that meeting, if you could provide any insight as to how it went, what they offered you, what they told you, anything more than what they told us.
I have never spoken with one such Einhajar that you are speaking of, nor do I know of this offer you are referring to. The only connection or affiliation we have ever had with the Einhajar is through a mercenary called William Bremer. The mercenary seeked to temporarily combine our forces to take on a mutual threat, being this etched replica. We've refused to cooperate.
Bulldog sighs and yeah, yeah, that's who I was referring to. William Bremer. The Edge replica that you mentioned. What's its status today?
Etched replica is a cult. Devil worshippers, satanic rituals, and the like. Their current standing, well, we knew them to be somewhat routed around other demons. It seems they possess the capability of uniting smaller demons under their yoke, such as that of, he thinks, the Arachnid Queen. We do not know the location of the demons who are running the organization, and the mass forces of the Arachnid Queen have been mostly repelled from Belamorsk, their influence returning subterranean. We are currently searching for the other members of the cult, as well as sifting through any affiliations or markings relating to Arachnid symbology to see if they are still using those demons as their servants. Moscow has recently had a number of disappearances, with Arachnid symbology being shown at these kidnappings, sometimes murders. The Ritsars are investigating. Once we find the culprits responsible or a cell of Etch replica that is hiding within the city, we will eliminate them with ruthless force.
I
We'd
see.
like to assist you in that manner if possible.
Luma speaks. This is an offer of joint operations. We have plenty of demon hunters as well as monster hunters within our organization that could benefit this end goal of finding them. Perhaps we have some resources or methods that are not available to the Ritsars. He thinks. He looks at Luma suspiciously, and he turns back towards Faith. Will Commander Templar be returned to service after her evaluation? I am not the one who makes that decision. I will not cooperate with anyone but her. Not from this agency. It is clear to me that your command structure is compromised by demonic influences. I will cooperate with those who I know are clean. The Dragon General, I believe, is one such person as well. I will tell my superiors. If Commander Templar or your Commander Shugo or Halo are the ones who are leading such joint operations, then I agree. The Ritsars escorting you will serve as my emissaries as well for these joint operations. Is there somewhere we can begin? I will have Apex Knight informed of Etch Replica's current dealings, and she will have some locations that are for investigation still. She will take command of the forces there. Your agency may provide assistance. Luma nods. As for the matter of the Einhajar, they're plotting something. Unsure what. We believe they are seeking some extraplanar access or entity. We're not sure of the nature of it, nor are we sure what they mean to do with it. Do you have any information that might allude to what it is they're looking for and what their intentions are with it?
Bulldog nods and he looks almost reluctant to say anything, but he nods and says, "Oh, yeah, I have some intel. Though it's truth, I can't really confirm, but it's what was told to me. It's the best thing we got to go off of. Apparently, the Einhajar are currently working under Baldavovsky. He's making a conscious effort to use the Ephetos to deal with fucking. In my head, it's the Vatican. It's not the Vatican. What are they called again?
Cardinals.
The Cardinals. That's. He's gonna blow up the Vatican. No, okay.
My God.
He wants to take out the Cardinals and re-establish the connection of the Celestials to our world, our plane of reality. Now, the Ephetos thing is kind of, well, an assumption on my part, but everything else is what was told to me by William Bremer.
Are you not Einhajar?
I suppose, I mean, kind of ethnically speaking, yeah. I'm not with them, though. I'm with Bermuda.
You do not consider yourself loyal to the Einhajar or the North Celestials.
It's complicated.
Will you further their goals?
If their goals are what William Bremer described to me, no, I won't.
If William Bremer initiates violence against my men or yours to proceed with his goals, will you oppose him?
Well, if this meeting goes to plan, your men will be my men, and we'll be yours. So yeah, I would.
Baldur Vovskin. It is hard to believe what you say of him. The name, I suppose, is questionable, considering what happened to Balder. But he has never shown himself to be in any great part tied to this matter. He is mortal, as you can... Stops himself for a second from saying something and says, I have never perceived him to be as anything more.
Yeah. Well, from the way that the Anajar went on about it, kind of seems like that's his problem. The reason he wants to break the veil, so to speak, is because he wants to regain that status of godhood. He wants to stop being mortal. I guess that's kind of what's in it for the rest of them as well. You know, demigodhood, whatever that entails.
This... He stops himself, and then looks back at his Raidsars, then looks back at the Bulldog. This is hard to believe, but I believe what you are saying has some merit to begin an investigation.
If I could ask, when William Brimmer told me about the Reedsars meet, he suggested that part of the reason for your opposition was religious based. I realized that I didn't really know a whole lot about your religion and what exactly it means, what exactly it stems from. The Father of the All-Knowing. That's correct, right? Not a character.
Father of
Father
understanding.
understanding.
The Father of Understanding. What exactly is that?
The Father of Understanding. You see him bite his tongue, as if he was going to say something more rowdy than what he intended. He shakes his head and calms his breath. I believe him to be the one true God. Not in the sense that other gods and celestials are not real, but in the sense that only the Father of Understanding is truly all-powerful, all-knowing, and omnipresent. He does not believe extraplanar entities should have any influence over humanity. It is
The
our
Cardinals.
looks to Hinotori.
Is he a cardinal?
No.
Is he who powers the cardinal?
What was your question?
Is he who empowers the cardinals?
Yes. It is his belief that humanity has the free will to do as they please and should not be influenced by things that are beyond it. Which is our belief as well.
Doesn't sound like that belief overly complicates with Odin's. You know, the All-Father.
It's because the All-Father's purpose is very invested within his nature. He is the All-Father of a warrior race, a warrior kind of Celestial. As most warriors, they seek violence, and gods seeking violence has often led humanity to suffer. Something I believe the Cardinals are very opposed to.
I may have one more piece of knowledge about Echabaka regarding that concept of influence.
Tiger?
Regarding my haunting, how it caused it, I was given visions And from those visions, I determined, or at least perceived, their goals are trying to take humans and have full control over their bodies.
That
Using this house.
stands to reason. Demons oftentimes have difficulty in establishing themselves within the material plane. They require some anchor. At times it's an object that they can haunt, at times it's a place. Most powerfully is a human. A creature, a soul that they can corrupt, manipulate, and eventually devour to replace with their own.
Only now they're doing it from a scientific standpoint.
Science has
They're
evolved to a
breaking
point,
brains.
but
They're breaking brains, rendering people to husks, so they can have full control.
they're breaking the
Remnant.
soul, making them easier to control.
Remnant takes such a haggard, lifeless breath. You can hear her body making snaps as she turns to look at Tiger. And she's gonna croak out the word garden. I can't make the noise. I tried being muted and doing it, and it just wasn't working for me.
Oh. Tiger. I mean, Hinatori, I don't know what she's doing, step back or whatnot. We'll go to her
too.
side.
Hinatori
Like, have
looks
him
upset.
switch places with her, like, with him. Just so we can, like, aid her as much as he can. Just hold her up. Love God.
The only thing keeping her up is probably rigor mortis.
Ow!
Garden. Looks to Remnants, like waiting for her to say more. Elaborate.
She wants to. She mentioned it to everyone else, so
Yeah, no, he
About
Tiger's looking at
suffer.
her like is like her looking at him like she wants him to explain.
yeah, yes.
He holding her up, he'll turn to the barrier knight. Remnant's connected to Hell. And Hell mentioned that if there's he like looks to Remnant for confirmation, there's a garden that she can take control over and help with your undead issue if that is an issue you have here. He looks to her like that he did right.
Garden. Hell. He closes his eyes and thinks. Yes, we do have such a thing. He says, a bit annoyed, it sounds. This garden you speak of is a location. It seems to exude undeath uncontrollably into the atmosphere. Much as I know you vessels may have felt here in Moscow, a rejuvenating, energizing force, this is the contrary. When things die near this, they rise again. We are trying to find the source of it, but with so many undead and its debilitating presence, especially the strong pull it has against vessels, it is not easy to investigate. We have narrowed it down to somewhere in Siberia. With such a vast land and with such a widespread issue of undeath, it is not something we can easily pinpoint. This will be something that is not to be discussed past this meeting. If you wish to assist us in finding the garden, he looks at Remnant. And that is something we will have to make a proper operation out of. A expedition into the cursed lands.
She
Hmm.
looks at Tiger briefly.
Yeah, no, Tiger kind of
That's-
like the moment Siberia's mentioned, like he kind of glances at Remnant, like, but he doesn't say anything.
Is there any form of confirmation that it's okay to say yes from him?
Yeah.
Yeah. She will nod as best she can.
Your patron. Is she the one who was tasked you with finding this garden?
Yes.
Why?
The dead have to go home.
On that we can agree. Looks away from Remnant.
Thank you, Jim.
That was a banger line.
It
I
went
had
up.
to let that simmer for a second as I thought it was like, damn, that was good. Forming an expedition will have to be something done after the summit. We cannot
And let's
afford
focus what's on Moscow.
to draw forces away from here. Apex Knight will organize a Inquisition force along with your team. I believe Catherine Square is where we're seeing most of these disappearances. We can start there. Next to Bulldog. What do you know of the Hajar's locations or their immediate next objectives?
I remember they said they were going out on a hunt. I remember where they were. They had a bunch of encampments all over the place. Countries I could tell you, specific locales, no clue. I suppose, if you're looking for them, try and find and capture William Bremer. Seems like he's not exactly publicly known to be a Nine Hajar, but given the fact that he told me and I'm with Bermuda, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes into hiding now.
William Bremer is
Maybe look up any kind of notable storm signals or something. They got a Thor guy, can transport himself via lightning. Maybe any significant energy spikes or something could lead you to them.
He pauses for a second, thinks. Thor. Are you saying there is a man calling himself Thor, or the avatar of Thor was with them?
Avatar.
And this William Bremer, do you know what god he is the avatar of?
He sighs again. Heimdall.
Takes a
All-Seer.
long breath in, and it's not hard to tell that he is angry. Were there any other avatars with them?
They mentioned it was Tyr, right?
Tyr.
They mentioned that there was someone called Tyr in another sect. Didn't meet him. But
Wasn't there another guy?
if the name game's anything to go off of, Tyr's probably one.
Was Hodor the Avatar?
Yeah, he was mentioned.
Hodor was mentioned. It wasn't said if he was an avatar, but he was mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Hodor as well.
He looks past the group, looking back at his Ritsars, and he looks at Rift. We're going to need to move that to priority Bravo. She nods. It's back to all of you. 2 avatars in one place spells disaster. More than that, spells a catastrophe. You encounter this group again. Kill the avatars.
Bulldog looks like he freezes up at that.
Which group?
Einhajar.
Mm.
And then, apologies. When he looked back to Rift, he said, "We're going to need to move that out to Priority Dragon." She nods. Investigating William Bremer be something I put some of my resources to. Of his ties, the only thing I know is that he is using syndicate resources to get around. Do you know who in the syndicate he may be tied with? Which gang or leaders he knows or could be connected to?
The Mudrats.
He grimaces like he's gritting his teeth as he looks to Tiger. Of course, the Mudrats. If he's using the Mudrat's resources, then finding him is going to be near impossible. The man is intrinsically connected with everything in Russia, from politics to the military to the criminal underworld. It has become a mute mission to try and find him. Do you know if there is a lieutenant of his, one of his barons that he directly corresponds with?
To my own memory, I don't think we know that, right?
Not something like that, no, not something similar. Does he have any contact in the city that you are aware of?
Not actively.
Takes a breath in, exhales, sighs. We'll look into it then. Something that's going to just take more time to inquire about. What do you know of the
It could
Mudrats?
take less time if we work together.
If you're referring to working together towards the Mudrats point, then what do you know of him? What do you have on his
Well,
forces or influences?
it's not exactly what I know, but I could hook you up with a guy who might know something, and he might have something to gain out of working with us. The big Mahos.
Big Mahos. Believe he is one of the other syndicate heads. You have a means of contacting him.
Yeah.
You believe the Big Mahos can be turned against his other syndicate allies?
Not publicly necessarily, but I think if you line his hands, he'll tell you what you need to know. How things tend to work in the syndicate.
Pull on that
Besides,
thread and
it's
let
not like
us...
he's going to say no. It's not like he's going to say no to some extra territory.
Ideally, the syndicate is purged from all sections of Russia, Big Mahos included. But I suppose playing their games will help us get further in ours. If you can pull on that thread, do so. See what it is that the man wants for everything he has on the Mudrats.
So, we're working together then?
We are working together towards common goals. Working together officially. We will stray from that for now. A public alliance between the Ritsars and Bermuda will likely cause more uproar and criticism within Parliament when currently we need to maintain a stable control over what is going on with the GDF. When we have successful operations together to note, to use as examples, then we can more publicly speak of these relations. For now, this is something we will keep between us.
Okay.
I want for an alliance
Just so long as we
with
don't-
Bermuda and NATO as much as Bermuda and NATO claims to. But I know how to play some of these politics. What you need is a big win. After New York, America has lost all credibility within the Russian parliament. I'm surprised Dmitry Inga is still speaking up for your cause, considering he attempted to save the Lunrasai ambassador and you stopped him. But I suppose he also sees the bigger picture in this. If there is a person you can go to in Parliament that will aid you towards these common goals, it is that man. Is there anything else for discussion?
Who should I speak to whenever we get Templar back and setting a meeting up with you again?
Razloma. He looks back towards Rift Knight.
I'll look at Rift Knight and nod.
He nods back to him. Is that all?
Oh. For now, I think that covers the majority of it. Thank you for hearing us out.
You had the commander with you when you were in Belomorsk. Raijin. May I inquire what has become of her?
She's in a different unit now.
I see. Very well. Let us adjourn this meeting and begin working towards our common goals. Your affiliations with the demonic and the celestial and the extraplanar as a whole. If there is a way of you removing yourself from such pacts, do so. If there is a way to negate other people and remove their influence from such pacts, do so. If you encounter any more of the demons, such as the Lustful One, banish them, kill their hosts. Look,
Would you be able to help me with my haunting?
I would need to more in-depth analyze you. Yes, I can. You are Templar's Padawan, which means she already has connected with your mind. Next time you are with her, contact me. Perhaps we can arrange for a seance.
He nods.
Are there any people here who you consider to be intrinsically deep within your emotional ties?
He furrows his eyebrow. I don't understand your question.
Emotions are what these creatures chew on the most. They will manipulate how you perceive things, how you perceive others. However, others are also a factor that is impossible to combat since they cannot influence them. When this demon manipulates your perceptions of other people, having the other people there is an easy way to combat it. Exercising this demon will be easier if you have those you trust and great confidence. No, no.
Not the shooting sound effect.
No one comes to mind.
I'll step away for a second. I apologize. Tiger would probably glance at Remnant. And then look back to the Barrier Knight.
To Remnant, and then back to Tiger. Then bring them with you when we have this meeting.
Okay.
Nods. Humanity is depending on us to look past our petty disputes and make personal sacrifices for the greater good. We may not be the best or ideal candidates to carry this burden, but no heroes are. Fortitude. Fortitude has brought us all to this point. Fortitude will bring us to the next. Let us show the villains in the shadows that we will now bow, bend, or break for them. For all our families, our friends, our homes, and our dreams, let us grow stronger and wiser together. Not with gods, not with demons, with each other. Closes his eyes as the magic that is reducing, completely obscuring all magic around him, begins to fade away. He lets out a sigh and he says, "May the Father of Understanding guide us." And anti-magic field drops. Luma steps away. He walks back towards his people.
Vale will kind of follow Luma with his eyes, kind of just be like, "Do you want me back in there?" Or...
She is tense, upset clearly, a little tight-lipped. She just glances over with her eyes at Vale and then glances back towards the party and then glances back towards Vale. Whatever makes you feel better, I guess. He walks away. She starts walking away.
I missed.
Oh,
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
hi.
Hello? What did I miss?
When did you step out?
A while ago.
That'd be funny.
I went to go get food. It was... I
10
think
minutes,
Bulldog was
10 minutes ago.
going over more of the stuff that was asked of him.
Oh boy.
I would suggest reviewing the VOD.
Yeah,
God. There was a,
I think it'd be easiest if you just look at the recording.
Okay.
in summary,
TLDR, we did it.
in summary,
We have an accord.
we will work together towards a few joint operations, and once those joint operations end in success, then Bermuda and the Reed-Stars can make a public official alliance. Until then, Russia does not respect Bermuda at all. They do not respect America in the slightest, and going public would only make things worse. So get some wins,
that.
and then things will be a lot more transparent and smooth.
We take
And
those.
also,
Let's go.
And also, whenever we get Templar back, Tiger is gonna try to get his hunting removed with the Barrier Knight, and the Barrier Knight was like, "Okay, do you have anyone that like you trust?" And Tiger was like, "Remnant." So she will be present with that when it happens.
I can't wait. Exciting.
And he said, "Fuck extraplanar entities. All my homies hate extraplanar entities. If you know an extraplanar entity, get out of that deal. If you know someone who is in a pact with an extraplanar entity, get them out of that
Kill
deal.
him.
If you encounter anyone who's bound to one of the demons, kill them."
Are you or a loved one currently? No.
It's a good thing we don't know anybody bound to demons.
Well, the new member of Domino Squad says different, or is different. Ooh, the amount of staring Tiger probably did as Luma was making her way back with Veil to the lineup. Ooh.
Just pops up. Everyone stunned. Like, yeah, he's been here the whole time. I guess. We absolutely know
Tiger's
this
about to
guy.
have a fucking conversation with her.
We
I think.
absolutely know this guy.
But we move.
Is the meeting adjourned?
I will
I
kick
think
the-
we're landing over that.
switching up the music in the background for this.
Is the field off?
The field is down.
Yeah.
It's-
You actually
Yeah,
came
you're
back
good now.
exactly as that dropped.
yeah, exactly as that dropped.
Yeah.
Nice.
I haven't been saying anything, but Hinatori is silently been freaking out the whole time.
Oh, I'm sure.
I bet. Surprise, bitch.
You thought
Bet
I
you
was
see
actually
the last
gone?
of me. Wait, where's that gif? Hang on. I have a gif for it.
Yeah, I know exactly the gift you're talking about.
Give me a moment. Yeah.
Also, so rude that you just casually. I mean, I thought, like, I was yeah, it was definitely Sam, but separate Tiger from Remnant because he would not have let her go just yet.
Oh no. Arrange yourselves then. You think?
There it is.
Well, why seeing her literally rigor mortis scary as fuck.
Huh? What?
Tiger seeing Remnant near, like, literally dead. TM, scary as
Oh
fuck.
yeah, I bet. Cause when the field came up, my brain was like, wait a minute. Her entire state of being is because of like essentially magic. Does she just revert to looking like a fucking
Like a corpse?
Literally
Yeah.
actively and
Corpse.
aggressively dying every minute that passes.
like that's probably horrifying. At least her hair is still there.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she can think about.
Wasn't in there long enough for her hair to fall out. Maybe it's a little dried up, but still there.
Give him some moisture real quick. He'll be fine.
She has
But yeah,
a hell of a
Tiger's
project.
not let go of her unless she pushes him away.
She won't.
Oh,
She's definitely embarrassed that everyone saw her like that. She cries. Pats away tears with $100.
stares up in the ceiling.
No one was ever supposed to see me like that.
The entrance that Vale wanted. Would have been nice, yeah. The one he got.
Bulldog goes over to Hinatori and just taps her on
She-
the shoulder.
She would like jump and like move away.
Jesus.
Hey, don't worry. So, right. Well, that's not the right words to use, but well, I'm out of nothing. I've got nothing. He shrugs.
Let's wait till we get back.
The bulldog. The walls of force come down, and Alexander looks the tiger.
Tiger will stop the EMT thing, or whatever the fuck it's called, EMP thing, and toss it back to him.
Grabs it, pulling it with his telekinesis, and disappears once again into a rift in his hand. It's a moment of reflection. Both sides of this meeting look at each other and think about what has just been discussed and the ramifications of what they will do now. Stare at each other. This is the collective of individuals that will do their best for humanity's best interests. The silent deal, the silent alliance made in an abandoned building somewhere in a city that hates one side and loves the other.
Be like that.
Mm-hmm.
In that reflection, all the Ritsars twitch their eyes. Then they wince, as if they were all sharing something at the same time. You see them put hands up to their temples, looking down at the ground as they wince with pain. Like a migraine strikes them all at once. You see the barrier knight handle it better as he just twitches his head, tilts his head, gritting through this sensation. Then lasts 5 seconds maybe, and then they all let go a held breath, eyes blinking wide as they look at each other. Their gaze snaps towards the south as they all move over towards the edge of the building, looking out towards the inner city. He stares at the heavily trafficked streets, the hover lanes of the great Russian capital. They look at each other with this absolute dread. The color drained from most of their faces, and they start to sweat nervously.
What is it?
Barrier Knight grits his teeth. You see his hands tighten, clenching, and the air around him gets thick. Anger pouring from his veins. And as if by a delayed response, you all feel something pull at your senses. You feel the presence of something watching you. An echo resonating across a vast valley. I guess I changed the music. That's better.
I need to join the music again. It's skipping out so many times.
Me too. I want to hear the music.
Do I also feel something?
Yeah, all of you feel this. This echo resonates across this vast unseen valley. You sense a disturbance in this echo, and uneasiness settling into your spine. Tension rises into your muscles as you feel anxiety creeping into your heart. And then you are not in the place you are anymore. Blackens all around you. With one blink, suddenly you are somewhere else. All of your senses become mute, except for horror that's entering your soul, and you are now standing in a dark, abyssal labyrinth. What? Hundreds of miles of these haunting tunnels stretch above, around, below you in every direction. Tunnels filled with twisted monstrosities. Beasts cursed by the hells, mutated creatures infected by otherworldly entities. Most of them are dormant. Most of them are complacent. All were forgotten. No longer. You hear a haunting sound, a cry that does not belong to any creature you've ever heard. Yet it is a familiar sound. Hear a mother's wail. Screeching, heart-wrenching. This cry echoes not only across these tunnels, but across the aether, across the hells. and her cry reaches the ears of these dormant, complacent monsters. It beckons them to awaken, beckons them to come, rise, become her avengers, become her warlords, her army. Billions of monsters answer the call for vengeance, and the tunnels quake under their savage screams and their furious marching. You feel the rumbling commence. You hear the monsters rushing towards you in all directions, and you see, finally, above you, the mother who cries out with heartache. To some of you, the beast is familiar. But most, it is haunting. 8 large legs, a sharp exoskeleton joints that are dripping black ichor down their 30-foot length. The legs dangle weightlessly as you see a shiny black arachnid body with an hourglass symbol on the underside of its abdomen, and is being held up by webs weaved all over this dark abyss. You've seen this before. A kaiju-sized karakurt spider, as it is weaving webs around 2 of its children into cocoons. And while it weaves these cocoons, strange cryptic symbols are being drawn onto them. The black ichor that drips from her spills out from her gargantuan maw, serrated teeth and mandibles that could break a car in half. The ichor drips onto the symbols, and the cocoons begin releasing this disturbing crimson glow as they shrink and shrink and shrink. They shrink until only the woven symbols are left. They remain floating down from the webs onto a 3rd cocoon that now you see resting in front of you at the center of this abyss. The symbols infuse into the cocoon and seep through them like blood, until something inside of it stirs. A pulse echoes across the hells. And then the pulse echoes across you as you hear this creature awaken. Souls are etched into existing life, and their wills are replicated once more, reborn. 2 human hands burst through the cocoon walls, and then 8 arachnid legs burst through, following. Rejoice in the birth of the new heir. Despair in the birth of a new fiend. Before you see the face emerge from this cocoon, your perception ascends from this hollow underground. You see now snow-covered streets, a bustling city, neon lights, and you see something that tells you where you are. Moscow. Your breath shakes. You feel your senses to the outside world. Immediately, in one snap, come back. You blink, you're back where you are standing, back in this building with these Ritsars before you, and you let your held breath go. The vision only lasted 5 seconds, but in those seconds you felt sorrow, anger, fear, and despair. This catastrophe beckons you. Cyrus. You hear Loki laugh uncontrollably, howling in giddy excitement. Yes! 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 Here it is! Here it is! The fates are weaving! I see the web! Oh, a great web! So many fates will end today! Ours are entwined with them! Avatar. He shakes Cyrus's shoulder excitedly. Let us show fate. We cannot be so easily trapped. Hell howls, roaring in Cordelia's heart. Her heart beats with fear, and then a new sensation beats in Cordelia's heart. Bloodthirst. The forgotten and the damned will march these streets. It will be a great bloody parade. I rebuke them. We will not cower before fiends of another pantheon. Show them. Show them, Avatar. Our fate is already woven, and we are the weavers. Alexander turns towards the party and runs over. He extends his hand out, showing over the floor rifts opening tiny, small pockets all at once, and all of your items are dumped onto the floor in front of him. He says, "Arm yourselves. Weapons, armor, equipment, whatever you have. Contact your forces." Luma blinks, now shaking her head as she looks confused by everyone's reaction. What is going on?
Tiger starts putting his chips back in like immediately.
Oh, this is actually happening. It wasn't just whatever that was.
We're in for a fight, Luma.
She grabs her HUD off the ground, her phone and her holopad, reactivating them. She looks to ask another question, but then her HUD pings and she steps to the side to answer it. The Ritsars stare out into the city still, talking amongst themselves as you all, I presume, regather your... Welcome back. I presume all of you regather your equipment, arming yourselves?
I was asking if anything's coming near us.
I don't know. He turns back towards his people as you see him click his own HUD, his own little earpiece, and starts communicating with someone. Luma turns back towards all of you.
No, I was saying to you, Sam.
Does it feel like something's coming towards you?
Like, as in this scape, in this, like, with all the fucking damned and forgotten and all that, is there anything, like, approaching us? Anything noticing our presence?
No. Hell only spoke once you guys left the vision that you were given of this abyss. Once you leave the vision of the abyss, you are back in this building where you were standing with the Ritsars, this abandoned construction site. And then Loki and Hell speak their speeches.
Okay. Yeah, Bulldog would gather all of his stuff again. He'd snap and Storm Samaj comes flying into his hands.
Hinatori looks reluctant to get her things.
The Luma says, "Everyone, quick about it. The Japanese and the Korean delegation just sent a distress alert. The closest NATO forces that can respond are Bermuda. We need to get back to the apartments now."
Bulldog picks up Hinatori's sword and, like, shoves it into her chest and just goes, "Look, put it aside. But we've got shit we need to address. But let's get this done first, okay?"
She just nods and reaches down and grabs her cat.
The Barrier Knight announces with a almost magical growl that echoes, "Infernalis Diaboli. This is Etch Replica's doing. I've just been informed that 3 military guarded sites are being attacked by arachnid fiends. I am ordering all Ritsars and Rosguardia in the city to respond. Alexander, take Domino back to their apartments and have Apex take over as escort. Regroup with Razlama once you're done." Alexander shakes at the sudden order and then nods as he immediately begins drawing up a teleportation circle on the ground. The Barrier Knight looks out towards the city as he taps his radio and speaks out to seemingly whoever is on the other side, whoever can hear him. "Comrades, the city villains that befell on Belamorsk have come to greet our great capital. They wish to taint this great city with their evil as well. We will not have it. I call upon all mankind to show these villains their fortitude. My Ritsaurus. Magic erupts from his body as he says this. To me. And all of you have a wave of euphoric, energizing, exciting energy pour into you. And you feel the Barrier Knight's call. He asks for you to pledge yourself. If you accept, you will be bolstered by his energy, by his abilities. But fiends will consider you hostile on sight for the next 24 hours. Do you accept his pledge?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Tell me what that implies, Sam.
Any fiends you happen to come across will consider you an enemy unless they have a predisposition not to.
Thank you. I
Like
accept.
being packed into them.
I accept.
Hinatori, do you actually refuse?
Yes.
Very well.
Me when I love to grief.
All Vritsars and Padawans gain this innately. They don't need to pledge themselves. But, alas, Tiger has agreed. Tiger, your
Hi.
sixth sense opens. It's as if you were inhaling once and all of a sudden you feel the presences around you. You have a profound sense of duty fog your mind as waves of magic ebb and flow around you, pushing at your body, trying to subtly move you with their rising and shrinking. And they infuse you with magic. Magic, unlike anything you've wielded before. The only time you felt something of this grade in you was the kiss of the mother. Purpose settles into your soul, and the aether responds to your answer of passion. You become instantly attuned to Moscow's ley line.
Oh.
You gain the benefits of the haste spell for as long as your pledge remains. You also, because you gain an invocation, gain this invocation. You can change it later whenever you want, but that is the one you were given with this effect.
Whoa, that's fun. I don't know where I should put that though.
You just
put
drag, just drag the spell from the journal into your spell list. Alas.
I'll just put in notes because I don't. That won't be a forever thing.
Yeah, go ahead. All of you who accept. I guess I'll ask one last time. Hinatori, do you wish to one? Is your refusing this confirmed?
Yes.
Okay. Your irises shimmer with gold and white magic. Your hearts are blessed and your minds are fortified. Those of you who accepted this pledge gained the benefits of the bless and heroism spells.
Sorry, repeat that.
You gain the benefits of bless and heroism.
Heroism's 10 HP and then Bless is like what again?
D4 on your attacks and saving throws.
Dope.
Heroism also makes you immune to friends. You guys feel powerful. Magic is roaring through your bodies. It's as if nothing could actually oppose you. Nothing can stand in the way of your resolve. And when you look to the Barrier Knight, you feel this sense of camaraderie. You don't know the man. Half of you don't even have a sense of what he's been through, but for some reason you trust him. He is the person who's going to get you to the end of the line. If he gives a command, you feel inclined to follow. How could he ever lead you astray? This power you feel, it is a good power. It is meant to protect humanity. Alexander finishes drawing his circle. He looks to Domino.
Tiger.
Let's move.
We'll step up. Tiger momentarily will step up to the Barry Knight. We'll rejoin our forces with yours as soon as we can.
Understood.
And you would gesture to the group to go ahead, follow Alexander's teleportation circle.
Everyone.
Let's move.
Yes, I will hop in.
Everyone hops in, as they say. The circle once again has its shimmer, its walls raise, the glass fogs, and boom! You are sent back to the apartment. You appear in front of the elevators, same place you left. Alexander steps out from the circle, says, "Don't die out there, alright?" He blinks, he's gone. Luma taps through her holopad, already walking up towards the stairs to her command room. She says, "Ready up. Fulani, we need the car." "Yes, ma'am, already prepped." And you guys feel the ping of the Bermuda van outside.
We're going to get Templar.
Luma says, "No time. She's by the embassy. If they're letting her go, that's a director's decision. Can't argue for that right now. We need to get to the Korean and the Japanese delegation immediately."
All right.
Upstairs.
Tiger will look at the group, gather your weapons, gather your armor. We'll move out in 3 minutes or 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Vale. Well, call me Agent Vale.
Welcome to the team.
Yeah, specialties, infiltration, espionage, assassination. This is not the circumstances I hope to meet the team. But I'm glad to be here.
We can do introductions on the drive. Whatever armor and weapons you have, go get them. We move in 2.
Already on my person.
Great, then be in the car. Tiger is gonna go get his own shit.
Everyone gathers their things. Any last minute things they do or say before we move it?
Nah.
Ooh, I do not have one of those HUD things.
Luma.
Neither do I. Join the club, buddy.
Yeah, my fault. I forgot. No, I did forget to do that. Raven would have given you both one at the end of the briefing.
What, did he drop it in the shadow?
I mean, he knew you were there. So he would have handed it to Luma to be like, give this to the other idiot.
Probably before we entered.
Either or. You guys have... Budar has a new HUD and Vale would have gotten it.
So, you some kind of shadow man or something?
That is one way to look at it.
Okay. Well, as long as you can handle yourself in a fight.
I look forward to proving myself.
Just look forward to living.
They won't fuck with you even if you prove yourself.
Oh yes. What it do, Cyrus? And he'll dap him up.
What it do?
He's gonna accept the dap and be like, "Ooh, you did look familiar." I was like, "Yo, why is he nodding at me like he knew me? You're the guy."
Yeah. I pulled him in close and started whispering in his ear like, "Yo, I could have sworn you was syndicate. Why are you working for the feds?"
Don't worry about it, bro. Like, listen, fam. Like, we don't gotta talk about this right now in front of everybody. Like, what the fuck are you?
I'm whispering right now, bro. Like,
hey, bro, and like, I'm telling you, bro. Like, I'm telling you, bro. I'm already on thin ice. I can't, bro. Like, shut up.
I'm not making you any more suspicious than you already are.
Cyrus pulls back. Nice to meet you, good sir.
Oh, don't do that.
You hear the Bermuda van outside honk. Well, no, you don't. This building is soundproof as hell. Sebastian turns on his HUD, it honks.
Alright. Cyrus gets out.
Without further ado, you all get into vans, drive off. Wheels start rolling and you guys start heading in a direction, coordinates showing up on your HUD as Luma begins to explain the current emergency mission. The Korean delegation sent a distress call 5 minutes ago. We lost all contact with communication since then. We also had a distress call come through 3 minutes ago from the Japanese delegation. Similar circumstances, no communication since. We are moving this emergency to priority Alpha. Domino and easier to mobilize and start heading towards the following coordinates. You see on your HUD, ping from Shugo. We are on our way to the Korean delegation now. Good. Domino, you take the Japanese delegation. No, Jordan is muted.
Oh, God.
Wait for her to return.
How long are we going to continue this session?
Yeah. Say, definitely not gonna... Welcome back. Guess I'll just repeat that last bit.
Sorry?
The Korean delegation sent out a distress call 5 minutes ago. We've lost all communication with them since then. 3 minutes ago, the Japanese delegation sent out a distress call as well. Similar circumstances. No comm since. We're moving this emergency to priority Alpha. Domino and Easy, mobilize and go to target coordinates. Shugo says over the open line. Easy will take the Korean delegation. Good. Domino, you have the Japanese delegation.
Copy.
Raven, take over Overwatch for Easy. On it. Domino, you will head to the Radisson Suites in downtown Moscow. Make your way up to Penthouse Suite on the 12th floor. The hotel manager has reported a monster attack and gunfire exchange on the top floors. Moscow police and the Ritsars are currently caught up responding to a monster attack in the north side of the city. Russian support we have comes to the Ritsars with you currently. I would have just forgot to say, Apex Knights hops in the van with you guys.
Cool! Just her or her with her Padawans?
Her and her Padawans.
Cool.
So they're also taking their own lines of communications, kind of getting informed. But yeah, they're with you guys. Here. Boris, the wolf with you guys, runs behind the car, following you guys at the same speed you guys are running. You guys enter a hover lane, the car ascending and flying, as Boris continues pursuing from the ground below, jumping over cars and leaping between the crosswalk, avoiding people. As you guys avoid all of that traffic to go straight, beeline to your target site. And Fulani drives aggressively. He's trying to get there as fast as possible. Luma continues.
So...
Our top priority is securing the Japanese Prime Minister and the Japanese Ambassador. Call sign for the Minister is Palpatine. Use code phrase Broken Arrow to declare the Palpatine KIA. Use code phrase Scholars Mate to declare that you have him in custody. Agent Tiger, you are acting commander of Domino. Pick a second and lock in.
Copy. Me trying to think of who the fuck you would name second. Instinct, he's gonna turn to Ruminant. Would be my second.
Okay.
Agent Ruminant will be my second for this mission.
Understood. You guys are driving and driving. Weaving between buildings, flying underneath other cars. Completely illegal maneuvers, but Fulani doesn't care. We're gonna get there. Drive into downtown Moscow. What point you feel a rough jerk, and then Fulani yells, "Brace!" as something falls onto the van. You all feel your weight shot upwards towards the roof of the car and then slam back down onto the chairs. Some of you may roll off your seats if you weren't strapped in. Some of you may bump your shoulder, your head on the ground as the vehicle starts dropping slowly, a weight being poured on top of it, and eventually he just lands the vehicle on the ground instead of flying it. There is slimy green and red blood mixed, sprayed over the windshield. And you guys start to hear panicked people fleeing, screaming. Just beyond the van, the little monitor showing the outside of the vehicle through the windshield the front of the car. You see panicked civilians running away from your target building as monsters, varying in sizes and species, are swarming it. Thousands of arachnids are scaling the building. You see gunfire ringing out from law enforcement on the street as they are fighting back this horde, some of them already being overwhelmed and knocked out, vehicles being flipped over, men being torn apart and chewed in. There's spiders, big as hounds. Others, big as the Bermuda van you are all currently inside of. And you see them scaling the first 5 floors, breaking windows, climbing through balconies, through the front lobby, fire exits. Any entry point they can find, they swarm in. And where there aren't entry points available, they make them. Breaking down, you see the larger of these arachnids, the ones that are biggest vehicles, breaking through walls, forcing their way in. They seem to be flooding from the sewers, breaking open manhole covers, climbing out of sewer grates, who knows where else. Even more hauntingly, as you guys quickly shuffle out of the vehicle, trying to assess the situation around you, you see hundreds of arachnids firing webbing across the nearby tall buildings next to this hotel. They are slinging across building to building, and they are making their way towards the top of the hotel. Even if you got to the penthouse, the airspace would be impossible to secure as these web-slinging hostiles are zipping between the buildings, knocking out vehicles that are flying in the vicinity. You see police vans also flying as they fire into these zipping creatures, being pushed over, webbing tied to them, and then they are yanked into the building, crashing, the engines exploding, and they come back down, landing 20, 30 feet away from you guys. People scream, fall over, and they continue running away. The Japanese delegation is likely bunkered down in their penthouse, under attack by an unknown hostile force. Your HUDs sync up, and your mission begins. Luma says, you need to get to the penthouse and extract Palpatine by any means necessary. If you are forced to Alamo it, make sure you secure a last resort escape. I'm not logging any more medical leave this week. Tiger, you have the reins. I'll provide overwatch. All dominoes, green light.
Copy. Just gonna turn to Hinatori and look her dead in the eyes. Right
She
now, I
shakes her
need
head
you
no.
to take all of that anger and all of that rage and every bad feeling you've ever had in the last 24 hours, especially in the last 2. And I need you to burn these monsters to the ground. Do you hear me?
She just kind of like looks away.
That's an order.
Spoken like a
And he's
true
gonna
knight,
turn-
the Apex says as she stands next to Tiger. Farid, Gabriel, you secure the lobby. I'm going up to see what I can do about the delegation. He whistles as you see Boris, the hound, runs over and he blinks from behind the building, seemingly teleporting next to her. Stands there as he growls at these monsters that are just beyond this crowd of people, these vehicles now abandoned in the streets. She climbs up top of this massive dog and clicks her heels. Let's go! The hound jumps, leaping 40 feet into the air as it jumps onto the side of the hotel, gripping into it, spiders already start to move towards her. She blinks her blades open, and she fights her way up, climbing, scaling the side of the building to get there. The Padawans look towards all of you, blades extending at their sides, plasma sabers out, eyes shimmering gold, the other one shimmering brown. They are following you guys in to the lobby at least.
All right.
From then on, Domino, you gotta make your way up.
Tiger will turn to the group. I need everyone to ensure that Inatori is maintained and safe throughout our trek up to the top, because she is going to be the one that's going to get Palpatine out. All right.
Roger.
Got it.
Let's move.
Let's do it. Now I must ask, we are running up on our time. There's no way we're getting a combat done in the time we have left. So, do you guys want to end the session here? And then we pick up next session with this.
It might be for the best for the people
I
who
think-
might not be able to stay up for it.
Yeah, I want everyone to be at their best for this, and also it'll give me time to plan.
What? Does Alfredo have any time left at all?
Not enough for to complete
It's
a combat.
20 It's
Yeah.
3 in the morning for me.
He's pushing it as is.
Okay. I was gonna ask because I was asking because if we could get through at least a little bit of it, that'd be nice, or at least have some
I'll say
idea.
this:
what
we're
it's gonna
already
look like.
20 minutes past scheduled session end.
I think we will call it here then. The prelude to that. I'll ask now. Is everyone available next Wednesday?
Yeah.
Should be.
Should be.
Golf is the one who has problems.
Teehee, I could be. We didn't do anything last Wednesday in my other game.
Rubs hands together.
So depending on that, I could probably just hop in here.
If everyone is available, then I would like to host next Wednesday. I'll say that.
Get this combat going.
You know? Do you know when you'd be able to confirm by?
Me?
Mhm.
I don't know if we have anything planned. I don't know if my DM does. I'd have to ask the day of, but I am off on Wednesdays, so at the very least, I could just show up.
I will take it.
Woo!
Lato, Shay, are you guys both available next Wednesday as well?
Yeah.
Then let's do a session next Wednesday as well. Excellent. Then we will end the session here. Let us do awards.
Yahoo!
Wow.
Let us begin from the top. Unluckiest player. Who truly just didn't accomplish what they set themselves out to do. Who is just unlucky. Circumstances around them just weren't ideal, simply worked against them. As if the universe, as if fate was weaving against them. Who is the
Is
unluckiest?
it bad? I want to say Vale.
Vale's entrance.
I wanted to say Luba. But yeah, I think Vale's a good choice.
The most fitting thing of joining this campaign is the first hero point you get is from battle.
Unluckiest player.
Welcome to the party.
Bienvenido.
My only other thought is Hinatori because damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's
Damn.
mind broken at this point. Her brain is gone.
Actually,
And,
I love Vale's entrance, but I think I'm gonna vote for Hinatori.
You're wicked for that, by the way, Seb. I just want you to know.
You think demons
That's
can't hide their
disgusting.
presence? What do you think
Yeah, but not
demons do? Like, I'm confused.
Fair enough.
You thought she was just gone like that? She's faced centuries of discrimination of that level.
Demons are tricky.
Yeah.
I hear 2 votes for Vale, 1 vote for Hinatori. Alfredo, Leto, Shay votes.
Who was the second vote for Vale?
Oh, I'll vote
Me.
for Inatori.
Oh,
2 votes Vale, 2 votes Hinatori. Shay, Alfredo. Unlucky.
Inatori's pretty unlucky. I'm just saying.
I hate this.
Pretty bad.
Hinatori better show the fuck up in this combat.
I'd go Leto.
Well, it is. Well, Cyrus, who do you vote for?
No?
Say, no, you have ties. I forgot.
Yeah.
It is possible.
Shay.
What are the options?
Unlucky.
Unluckiest
What are the
votes.
options?
Vale or Hinatori,
Currently, there's
I suppose.
Like-
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the tiebreaker? It's Villa Hinatori?
You're the tiebreaker, potentially.
No, but who? What's the split? What's the split?
3 for Vale, 1 or 2 for Hinatori.
I'll give it to. I don't know how either of them are unlucky, but
Literally Estella coming back for Hinatori.
is that
She's out of
unlucky?
it. For her? Yeah.
I'd say it's unfortunate, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's unlucky.
That's super unlucky. That shit sets her back.
And what's the argument for people saying Vale?
For Vale, being outed like that. His entrance.
These are trash takes. I don't agree with any of these takes.
All right,
Who
what
do
are you
you
for?
who do you think is the unluckiest player?
I don't think there was anybody unlucky.
You think someone had worse
Uh-oh.
rolls?
Hinatori did roll on that one on her charisma save.
I mean, if we're basing it on rolls, Bulldog didn't succeed on any of his rolls.
It's all factors.
Yeah, like I feel like a lot of people were just unlucky. Like homie was just on his shit.
Although he didn't really roll that much, to be fair.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I literally just picked Vale for the sake of
You
like
can abstain
not
if
having
you
like
want.
time. Then I'll abstain. Fuck it. Yeah, it's the same like same thing.
Vale.
Freddy, you sound drunk with tiredness right now.
Yeah. Vale. Unlucky. Welcome. Welcome in.
Welcome.
This is a very high repute club. When you get unlucky, well, let's just say it sucks.
Feel you.
We feel you. We feel you.
God damn it.
Roleplay. Who performed exemplary with their character, truly embodied what it is that their character does or believes. Who had an excellent performance?
I vote Tiger.
Tiger, yeah.
I vote Bulldog.
Bulldog.
Alfredo? Jordan?
Bulldog.
Tiger, fuck you.
Oh no, Sam, you're the tiebreaker.
Sam, is you.
Oof. God, I love both of their performances.
Simply perish.
This
To be
is
fair,
fun now. We get the
do
DM.
either of us need the do either of us need the hero
Yeah.
point?
I used my
Oh.
hero point.
Even
I used mine like y'all.
I ain't used mine.
I didn't need to.
It's almost like we're not giving them out like candy, so people shouldn't use them.
Give him the tiger. He needs it.
Yeah, for having to command this team in the next fucking fight.
Yeah, we're not gonna listen anyway.
Ow! Don't say that.
God, more.
Give it to Tiger since he's the only one who can take it.
I'm thinking I'm gonna give it to Tiger, not because he's the only one who could take it. I think. God. I really like Bulldog just going after Cycle's throat. I really liked Bulldog explaining his like trying to explain his case.
Tiger's taking the leader role.
Yes, but
He did the thing, and he role played with the.
he did
very-
good as second.
He was very unchildlike. It was very impressive.
God. I'm gonna give it to Tiger.
Let's
Wow.
go.
Yay!
Oh.
Finally, MVP. Who moved the story along the most? Without them, we would not be in this current scenario we found ourselves in. Who truly was invaluable to this session?
I don't even know. Remnant was important.
I was?
Yeah. You were helpful.
We were gonna continue to Ouroboros in the Bulldog argument if you didn't bring up the potential for your divination.
Power of AI to build the website you need.
I wanted to say it so much earlier, but I couldn't.
Oh.
And then
Oh, I'm not loud.
That's when you bust out the old reliable.
You see, I'm gonna be selfish on now. Oh my god.
God.
I'm gonna say Tiger for that one. That'll be my vote.
Sure, I'll vote Tiger.
Oh, after you just threw my name in the pile?
No, somebody else mentioned you, and I said, "Oh yeah, Remnant."
Who mentioned me?
No, that was you, B.
No,
B's hearing
wasn't.
voices.
You did say my
Leto,
name
Leto
first.
said your name first, and then I agreed.
I did not hear Ladle say her name first.
Yeah, that was Leto agreed, but didn't start it. It's
it's
okay. It's neither here nor there.
All right. This is the craziest gaslighting session I've ever seen. I definitely started it.
Did you?
Okay. I
I
did not
swear
hear
it was
Oh,
super,
wow.
I did not hear you.
super B.
Well, we all owe B an apology.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Sorry,
B.
B.
I just want you to know I pay attention to you, Leto. I listen.
I want to tell you, Ladle, you got to turn your mic up. Moving on.
Yeah, seriously.
Votes
I'm
for
gonna vote
MVP.
myself.
To Tiger.
I could have
Shay, if
one.
you're speaking,
Coffee?
Shay, we can't hear you.
I'm not.
Okay, nice.
What's the current lineup?
Tiger.
2 Tiger, 1 Bulldog.
Oh, didn't hear that.
Wow.
None for me.
Listen, you listen to you listen to Lito, but not me.
You guys are butchering my dog's name.
Lato.
I'm purely calling him Leo because I do.
It's okay.
I can barely pronounce English words. Be nice to me.
Are you two a giant sandworm from the planet Arrakis? 'Cause that's
I'm
what
gonna
I
say
bet.
Bulldog.
I mean, that is unironically where my name came from.
No fucking chance, really?
It actually
Yes, my
is.
dad's a nerd.
Oh,
Let's get through the vote. Then we can talk about that. Ah!
Wait, which one? Leo the first? Or
Oh,
Leo
now
the
you're
second?
awake?
The
God
second
damn it.
one.
Sorry, I gotta know about this, man. Oh, that's so something I'd do. Tell your daddy's a legend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got her vote. So, Lato, Shay.
I voted Remnant. What?
Oh, Remnants. Shay.
Oh, thank you.
Vote Remnant and make it a three-way tie.
God.
Who do you think was invaluable to this session?
My one little divination spell I didn't even use.
And your knowledge
It was
about
more than that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I'll say Bulldog.
Bulldog gets MVP.
Thank you. And
Most
I
valuable.
give my thing to Apex Knight.
Apex Knight, you say?
You simp.
Does she already have one?
She does not.
Yeah, I thought you... Okay, I thought you gave her one whenever you went on a date with her.
No, you claimed that one for yourself.
Yeah,
I see, I see.
I was a selfish bastard.
You're allowed to be.
Now you're paying it forward.
You're allowed the PCs here.
I was gonna have a conversation with her, but then she just dipped immediately.
You could talk to her in the van right there. I suppose that is really the only place we have room for any text RPs. It's
Nah, screw that. I'm going back in time. We're having that remnant discussion, Cough. I'm not waiting on that one. We go back in time.
Morning of. We have time to go back between the morning and the meeting.
Morning
the
chat?
Yeah, we go back in time.
I would love that.
You're pulling that Doctor Who shit.
Alrighty then. That concludes the session.
Yay!
Sham.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a Tiger Hinatori roleplay?
You already have. What more is there to say? How much more can
the-
she abuse this poor child?
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah, we can do that in the morning because Tiger would have free time. And he did
I mean,
mention
like
to
on the
Templar
van ride over.
No, because Tiger is definitely thinking of how the fuck he's gonna command this team.
Okay.
Don't worry,
Be right
Tiger.
back.
I would listen to you.
I'm gonna cut
Thank
the stream.
God. Given how much Tiger fucking was assisting your ass during that.
And thus, we will end the stream there. Picking up next week with the mission to save the Japanese Prime Minister from the threat of Edge Replica. Lots of things to think about with this party, lots of reveals, lots of pressure on different people. Let's see how they handle another emergency, another crisis after all the conversations and ties they've built or destroyed with each other. Next time on Hunter Killer.